Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the 12th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I will start by making a land acknowledgement. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. I also want to add that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. I will start with any disclosures of pecuniary interest that colleagues might want to declare. Okay, seeing none. We have a number of consent items for direction, and then on the added agenda, some added delegation requests. My understanding is that Councillor Trosau wanted to entertain a motion to move some things up in the agenda. Councillor Trosau?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to make a motion that we move item 5.1, added request to declare a state of emergency regarding housing, including the delegation requests at 5.1A and 5.1B to the beginning of the agenda after the consent item, so people can go if they want or stay for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, so we'd move that up to the start of items for direction, but we would do it after the two consent items. Okay, so that's moved. Seconded by Councillor Rahman. Any discussion on that change to the agenda order? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trosau?
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so that matter, 5.1, will be dealt with before we start, or right at the start of the items for direction. But we will proceed with the two consent items. I have both of them there. 2.1 is music incubation. 2.2 is the third report of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Community Advisory Committee. I'd be happy to take a motion to approve them both. If Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Lehman, and now that that's moved and seconded, I'd see if there's any questions or comments related to those two items. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
There we go. Thank you, Chair. Through you, on the music incubator item, I just want to take a moment to recognize the hard work of a number of staff who've been involved in this, but in particular, Corey Crossman and the folks who have worked so hard around the UNESCO City of Music designation and developing a plan to really take advantage of this for our community. This is a great report. Really excited to see that the discussions are continuing with our federal and provincial partners on this, and I think we're going to see great things in the future. So just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize the work the staff have put into this, and Mr. Crossman in particular.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on the two consent items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open both those items for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion passes 15-0.
Okay, we have no scheduled items. We've now moved item 5.1, which was under additional business up to this point in the agenda. This is an added item on the added agenda, which would have come on the agenda yesterday. A request to declare a state of emergency regarding housing. There are two requests for delegation status. It would be now the appropriate time for colleagues to consider granting the request for 2 5-minute delegations. So I'd look to someone who's interested in moving that motion. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion on granting the delegations? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, so we've granted 2 delegations. So for those who are delegates, we have Claire Whitnable and Jeff Hanks. You'll each have 5 minutes. I'll go in the order that they are on the agenda, which means Claire Whitnable will be first. I do time for delegations. I'll give you a heads up at the 30-second mark so you know that you have an opportunity to wrap up your dialogue. And so we'll do you first, and then we'll move to Mr. Hanks. So if you want to step up to the mic, we'll just make sure it's on. Maybe just test it for me so I don't...
Test.
Perfect. Okay, I'll start your time now. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to our speeches. I am speaking on behalf of London Acorn in solidarity with the London Regional Social Forum to petition that the City Council declare a state of emergency with regard to housing in the City of London. The homeless situation is completely untenable. Over 200 people have died in the last 2 years due to living on the streets. Thousands more are suffering. The wait list for affordable housing is over 10 years long, and it impacts not only the people who are suffering, but also those who are in precarious housing situations. People who are in unsanitary, unmaintained housing are afraid to leave the unacceptable housing because they can't find anywhere else to go that is affordable. The homeless situation negatively impacts the healthcare industry and negatively impacts social services. The costs of people living on the street is much higher than the cost of allowing them a place to stay. So we request that the City Council has made motions that have gone some way to address the issue, but it is not sufficient to address the dire need that the City of London is facing. We request that the City of London declare a state of emergency so that they can, like Ottawa, Peterborough, and Niagara Region have done before, so that we can petition the provincial government to supply additional aid, and that focused efforts to combat this issue can be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Generally, we don't do clapping. I obviously think that you've got a lot of people on your side here, but the reason why we don't usually do that is often we have opposing views even in the gallery. We want to make sure someone can speak, and whether they're supported or whether they're not supported, just make sure that it's a safe place for them to share whatever thoughts that they want to share with council. So I'm sure she very much appreciates your support, as does probably the next speaker, but it's not something we normally do here because we want all voices to be heard without, cheers or jeers. So I will go to the next delegation, which is Mr. Hanks. Just a sec. Try again now.
Can everyone hear me?
Perfect. We can hear you, and I'll start your time. You have 5 minutes.
So the planned hub by the city are a good start, but they're not a permanent solution. 600 units of social housing over 3 years still leaves many of the 2,000 homeless 6,200 families waiting up to 10 years without housing. These people are just the tip of the iceberg. What about seniors and students, people earning minimum wage, people on OWODSP, victims of gender-based violence, many others, couch surfing, with family and friends struggling to survive and find housing amidst a 1% vacancy rate, rents doubling in the past 6 years, runaway inflation, and a one-bedroom at just under $1,800 in London. The average person across Canada, the income is $60,000. That means they have about $1,500 a month for rent, and the average price of rent in London for a one bedroom is now just under $1,800. It means the average person can't afford rent in London. London's one of the fastest growing municipalities in Ontario. People are coming from other communities due to their lack of resources, people being rent evicted, new immigrants and international students, both of which benefit London immensely. And people can no longer afford rent due to rent control being removed by the provincial government. The actual need for social housing is likely closer to 15,000 units. Other municipalities like Ottawa, the councillors said, I spoke with Mr. King, one of the councillors in Ottawa. One of the quotes was Catherine McKenney of Ottawa. The call today for an emergency is so that we will have said as a city to everyone in our shelters, to people sleeping outside, to the children in motels and their families, to women who flee abuse and get sent back with their kids into often dangerous and deadly circumstances, that we're going to try harder. Like we do in any emergency, we're not going to stop filling sandbags, and we're not going to stop doing what we need to do until the emergency is over. Jeff Leeper, one of the Ottawa councillors, that they have half the homeless population, double the population. He said, lives are at stake. When lives are at stake, we call that an emergency. It's not enough for us to go to the provincial and federal governments and say, well, hey, something's bad happening here. We have a little bit of a crisis on our hands. We need to go to the feds in the province and tell them we have an emergency. We need to act now. We're going to call 911 with this motion on housing. Ralston King, the other Ottawa councillor, they declared unanimously. Councillor McKenney's motion acknowledges the fact that the city alone cannot manage the situation without proper support and calls on the senior levels of government to immediately provide emergency funding so that we can build new homes and provide residents for more allowance supports. So King also said it changes the dialogue at a local, provincial and federal governments. It gets the papers talking about it and people talking about it. And 6 municipalities, maybe next week or next month there'll be 15, but we all need to work together because the Declaration of Human Rights says housing's a human right. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms say that we should look after the disabled. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we're supposed to protect or just fight for the rights of First Nations and their dignity. So most of the people on the streets are disabled, and OW and ODSP doesn't even give them enough to pay rent. And minimum wage, you pay $700 a month in rent. So there's a lot of people suffering. There's people dying unnecessarily, and I think declaring a state of emergency goes with our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It goes with the Covenant on the Rights of the Disabled that we signed, that we don't, we say things, but we don't honor them in our actions. So I think it's time that locally, we stood up and said, this isn't right anymore. They're spending $350 billion on weapons for planes and boats, and $114 billion to bail out the banks in 2009. We don't even know where the money went, and another $350 billion on the pandemic. We must have money for people. And housing is healthcare. We deliver healthcare based on need and not ability to pay. So as a society, they judge a society based on how we treat the most vulnerable. And here's a quote for how the most vulnerable are coping right now. From Andrea Sarita. She said, it feels relentless, Andrea Sarita, a family physician at London Inner Community Health said, discussing the fact that one homeless person per week was dying on the streets in London. I hear consistently from patients, everyone I know is dead. All my friends are dead. I know more dead people than living people. Well, the Covenant Against Torture says that, people shouldn't have to wait 10 years for housing. They shouldn't have to be on the street and not know where their next meal's coming from, or whether they're going to have to sleep with somebody or get physically abused at night. Like, this is just horrific what's going on, and I think this is the most progressive council that we've seen in years. this council represents the brightest, most compassionate, progressive leaders our community has seen in a very long time. Please vote to declare a state of emergency and let us all work together. It's like Martin Luther King said, we have a promissory note, and we're coming back. We have a promissory note, and it's come back insufficient funds. So we're here to say that we want you to honor your agreement with all these charters and things. And he also said, let's
need
not
to- you
take
need to
the
wrap up.
drug of gradualism. So let's do it today, let's do it now, and join the 5 other communities, and hopefully another 10 will join us. And let's stand up against Bill 23 because it discriminates against people that need affordable housing.
Thank
and
you.
80% of market rent needs to be changed to rent geared income. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Your time's up. We appreciate your comments. Okay, colleagues, those are the 2 delegations. I would now look for colleagues who might have questions, or Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I was hoping to maybe hear from staff about what we could expect if we do declare a state of emergency.
I'll go to Ms. Livingston.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Certainly, it's within council's right to make a statement and declare an emergency. Generally, the process for that is done through our community control group out at the Emergency Operations Center. I would just note that it is an awkward tool to try and address a crisis of this nature. Certainly, the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and our current city's emergency management plan are not designed to address a crisis that is long-term and ongoing. What's needed are the kinds of solutions that this council has supported so far in terms of long-term sustainable solutions. We are not aware of any advantage to access resources provincially or federally by declaring a state of emergency.
Councillor Frank?
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that because I hear from both of the very passionate delegates, and I think that they did a wonderful job in sharing what the current and existing conditions are in our city and in many other Ontario municipalities, unfortunately. And I'm thinking the stories that they shared and also the requests that they've asked for make sense if we are able to leverage more if we did declare a state. But I just wanted to reconfirm that there is no advantage if we're declaring a state of emergency.
Ms. Livingston?
Your Worship, to the best of our knowledge, there is no advantage to declaring a state of emergency to access provincial or federal resources.
Councillor Frank, good?
Thank you. Yes, and I guess I wish that we had maybe colleagues from the other cities that have declared a state of emergency, but we don't, to hear kind of what their experiences have been, because I am wondering if they have seen any other values other than the financial benefits from speaking with the province or the federal government. I do have a draft motion that I was hoping to maybe have people have a look at and see if it captures then some of the information that the delegates provided, and then maybe having a bit of a discussion about the language in that. But I just wanted to try and frame it as so we can move forward, at least acknowledging some of the information that was shared by the delegates. So I don't know if staff could pull that up, perhaps.
I have a colleague who wants to make a motion. I have 3 people on the speakers list. I'm happy to entertain a motion at this time. I mean, obviously, a motion could be amended or adjusted too. So maybe, yeah. So I'll let you make a motion if you want to make a motion. It's your right to do so.
Sure, yeah. Would you like me to read it out, or?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
And then I'll ask for a seconder once
Yes, thank
colleagues
you.
have seen it.
And I'm very happy to have any amendments or changes if people are interested, because I just kind of was working on something later this afternoon. But the motion would be that council recognizes there is an emergency in our city related to housing and homelessness, and therefore council remains committed to addressing the issue by taking concrete actions, including supporting the community of a whole response, advocating to the province and federal government for more funding and support to build affordable housing, achieving our roadmap to 3,000 affordable housing units by 2026, achieving our housing pledge of 47,000 units by 2033, working with and supporting nonprofits who are providing housing and support services, and other opportunities to find housing and homelessness solutions. Because I do recognize, again, both of the delegates made comments that we aren't moving fast enough. And I think when I was canvassing in the last election, you know, at the time, there were 6,000 people on the affordable housing waiting list, and we had a roadmap to 3,000. And so the math doesn't add up. So recognizing my area of number 6 being other opportunities, I do think that we can go farther and faster, and we should be doing that at every opportunity. So that's just a draft one. I want to get some language out on the floor, and I'm happy to see if anyone wants to amend.
So first, I will say I appreciate that you shared your language with the clerk. That always makes it easier for everybody. But I'll look to see if there's a seconder. Is that a second? Okay, so there's a seconder and Councilor Rahman. So if the clerk could put the language on the screen so that colleagues can see it, I will continue along with the speakers list I have, and I'll look for others. So I have Councilor Ferreira and then Councilor Trousseau after. So Councilor Ferreira, you're first.
And thank you, and through the chair, I guess I'll first start to thank the delegate, the 2 delegates that spoke today. They spoke quite elegantly, and they definitely brought up the issues that we definitely need to be focusing on. I do agree. I think this council is one of the most progressive councils we have seen in the last little while, so I am quite certain that everybody here is looking for some type of solutions to actually speed things along and actually be effective in the way we go. Kind of going with Councilor Frank, what she just asked, I guess I'll kind of flip the question to staff if you don't mind. And is there anything that would, if we were to declare, have the emergency declaration for London, is there anything that, a way that would hurt us rather than help us? Is there anything that we should be cognizant on that aspect?
I'll go to the city manager.
Certainly, there are obligations with respect to delivering on that state of emergency, and I would need to probably confer with our community control group, and that's something you submit into the province. So generally, states of emergency, and please understand, I understand very well the crisis we are facing in our community, but generally that is a tool that is used to deal with shorter-term issues that are dealt with in a matter of days, weeks, or months, not for long-term issues that require long-term solutions like those that Council just approved through the whole of community response.
Councilor Ferreira?
And thank you. And through the chair, so yeah, I just wanted to just clarify that because I do see that a declaration like this does have synergy with what we're trying to do. So that's why I just wanted to make sure that we kind of, you know, have all the information out. So that's why I wanted to ask that question. So I'll just leave the floor open. I do support the motion as it stands right now, and I am willing to hear any type of amendments that come as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for colleagues, that motion has been put up. If you need to refresh your screens, you should be able to read it now. Councilor Trousseau, I have you next, followed by Councilor Rahman. If you'd use your microphone, thanks.
Thank you for working on that motion. I think it's helpful to have that in front of me. I don't have it on my screen. Could somebody just read the first sentence?
I will read it for you. It says, Council can you see it now? Okay.
So my sense here is there's not really a downside to doing it legally. It's just a tool that we wouldn't want to use all of the time. So I'm going to support the motion because if this isn't an emergency, and the fact that it's something that we just can't deal with right away, that's a long-term problem, I don't think detracts from the emergency nature of people dying, people not having decent housing, all of those other things that the 2 delegations pointed out. So I'm going to support this motion. And even if we don't turn this into immediate cash from a senior level of government, I think it's an important moral statement, and I think it's an important political statement for us to be raising as a council. And I'm so glad that you recognized us as a progressive council, because this is the direction that we've undertaken as a group. And this is where we're going, and this is what we're committed to. So thank you so much to everybody for coming here, going through our process. I am going to support this. And later on, when we have our discussion about the strategic plan, it's my intention to move some of this language into the strategic plan. That's not something that I think needs to be in this motion right now. But I think you need to know that you've made an impact on this council, and you're going to make an impact on other cities. Because as London joins the other cities that you've mentioned, we're going to be creating somewhat of a bandwagon on this issue, and it's time for this action. So I want to really urge my colleagues to support Councilor Frank's motion. Thank you very much.
I have Councilor Rahman, just so you know who's on the speakers list, Councilor Lewis, Councilor Hopkins, and I've added myself. So if anybody else wants to be on, I'll ask again in a bit, but just flag it down. So Councilor Rahman, you're next.
Thank you, and through you, I want to take a moment to thank Jeff and Claire and everyone here in the gallery for coming today to remind us how urgent this matter is. You know, Jeff, you said there is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to be taking the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. One of my favorite things to remind myself of absolutely how urgent and pressing these issues are. And I agree with you that the language around declaring an emergency, it does have weight to it, but I do hear repeatedly, especially from the mayor recently as he's been speaking on the agenda and other shows, talking about the Made in London solution and what steps we're taking as a council and as a city. So I think our collective voice has power. And so I wanted to say thank you again for coming today. And I was very pleased to second this motion and hope my colleagues will support it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I think Councillor Frank has crafted a good motion here. I will leave it to her. I'm not going to suggest a specific amendment right now, but some food for thought as we continue this discussion. I think in the preamble, it might be helpful to reference that there is an untenable emergency in our city and communities across this country, because this is not a London problem. And I think we have to recognize that there is only so much as a council that we can do at the local level, that this is actually a national problem. It is a problem in every province across this country. And you can see it in data that's being presented regularly by all kinds of people who are doing good research, including London's own Mike Moffat, in terms of the cost of rentals versus the cost of mortgages in communities literally from coast to coast to coast. You can see it in a number of other factors too. So I will say I like the approach of re-emphasizing, because in many cases, these are commitments we've already made. Our pledge of 47,000 housing units, our roadmap to 3,000. I know that the mayor and I both have had opportunities to talk to MPs and MPPs about more funding and support for affordable housing. I'm sure other councillors have as well. The whole community system response that so many people in our community have been involved in. I will say that I think it's really important to underscore what we heard from Ms. Livingston as well. And that is that the city's emergency management plan and actually the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, they're designed to respond to short-term traditional state emergencies. And you think about London and our city as a whole, those are designed to deal with things like if we had, and we haven't in my memory, but and hopefully we don't, but if we had a plane crash at the airport, if we've had a train derailment on one of our rail lines, if we've had a flood in the Thames River, that's what the Emergency Management Plan and the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act provincially is meant to address. It's not meant to address long-term socioeconomic issues. But the steps that Councillor Frank has laid out in her motion, the commitments that this council's already made on the housing and homelessness file, those are long-term solutions to this issue. So I'm glad that we are looking at this kind of approach. I will continue to listen to the discussion as this moves forward, but I have no problem supporting a motion that already is affirming things that I've already voted on individually and stating that as a whole, I support all of those. So thank you for that.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank everyone up in the gallery for being here. I really do appreciate you being here. I want to just make a comment. This conversation about emergency, it almost reminds me of a number of years ago when we declared an emergency on climate change. And I understand the challenges there when we speak about an emergency plan, that it's designed for short term. But I do think that we can do that as a city. I'm quite comfortable with the motion. Thank you, Councillor Frank, for taking the initiative and putting it together. I do like the idea that as a city, we are standing true. Jeff, I agree, it changes the dialogue. It's important when we talk about not only homelessness, but housing, social housing, rent guarantee income, affordable rents. It brings it to the front. I quite agree with you there. I think it's quite easy to declare an emergency. It's doing it. And I want to address staff and what the city is doing and the work that city staff and the stakeholders in the community have been doing for a number of months. There's a lot of great things. I know representing the City of London at the AMO board and the work that AMO is doing with the province, trying to push the challenges that all municipalities in Ontario and Deputy Mayor Lewis, you're quite right across probably the country and probably internationally as well. There's many challenges going on. But I want to really just get back to what we can do in the city. It changes the conversation. And I know that the city, I'm so proud of the work that staff are doing. And as we move forward, I think we should all, this is an opportunity where we can all come together, understand what's going on, and move that conversation, because I do hope that the residents of London will hold this council responsible on how we treat our vulnerable. I think it's really important that we have these conversations and work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I have myself next, so I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Recognizing Mayor Morgan.
Thank you, Councillor. So first off, I want to say I'll support the motion. I appreciate Councillor Frank and I having a short opportunity to discuss it before the meeting, and I think what you've put together here is a good recognition of the untenable emergency that our city has related to housing and homelessness. I do appreciate that we've taken some significant action, but I also appreciate the call that there is an incredible amount of further work to do. There's so much more that we could and should be doing. And as we continue down this path, I think we've definitely carved out a very transformative path that is getting attention, not just in our city, but across the province. I think, and this is not credit to us, but credit to the hundreds of frontline workers, staff, hospital system folks, business leaders, and others in the community who came together for the Health and Homelessness Summits, the over 70 organizations who said, we're willing to transform the way we do our work. We're willing to do things differently because we see that everything we've been doing in the previous years is not working. It's not coordinated. It's not serving people. It's not stopping people from dying on our streets. And I think the credit goes to them to be so transformative in rethinking the way that their organizations could and should work, and then being able to present that to us, which we unanimously supported. And our council then saying, not only are we going to support this, but we're going to immediately put the LRCN or the remaining LRCN funds towards this. We're going to reorganize the way that we do things under this banner, that we support the whole of community response, which includes a government response, and ideally moving towards a whole of government response where it's not just us, but the provincial and federal governments all working together on what is a crisis across the nation. I do want to recognize, and I have to, the generous private donations that have come in and supported this cause from both the family who put up the initial, but the millions of dollars that have come in since then, which are also being matched. That money with our support and the reorganization of our work, and then the needed money at the provincial and federal levels is really important for all of us to pull in the same direction. On the provincial and federal levels, I want you to know Councillor Hopkins and I work together on coordinating our efforts. This council just recently passed a motion supporting both the Ontario Big City Mayor's position on health and homelessness as well as AMO's position. AMO's position specifically calling on the provincial government to take leadership in ending homelessness across the province. The Ontario Big City Mayors, my colleagues across the province, are facing similar situations as we are. So when Councillor Lewis says, you know, maybe adding in a recognition of that, I leave that to the mover and seconder, but that is certainly the reality of the situation. I want you to know that I've been in regular contact with our provincial and federal officials, the Premier, the Health Minister, the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, the Finance Minister, and other provincial government staff. And we have a number of conversations planned this month where I'll be traveling to Queen's Park. I also have traveled to Ottawa to speak with federal ministers on this specific issue. We are certainly going to put all the irons in the fire on this issue. I know that the province has put some dedicated funds in their most recent budget. I called that a good start. I think my colleagues across the province have also said the same, but it will certainly not be enough to solve the challenges that we face. But it is a good start. It is a response to listening to some of the work that we've been doing, but it is the beginning of the conversation, not the end. I want to say too, I strongly believe that we have to take this action with this motion for our city, but we also have to be a part of the solution across the province and the country. The care for the most vulnerable, the most marginalized in our community does not stop at our city borders. We have to be part of the drive and the conversation across the province and across the country to solve this. I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to speak about the work that London's done on some province-wide, both TV and radio shows. I will continue to spread the message, but at the same time, I will continue to ask my colleagues across the province to continue to make their voices heard in their communities and with the provincial and federal governments. So all this to say, absolutely, I support the motion. I appreciate the work that has been put into it, and I also appreciate both all of the work that has been done by many more people than just this council, many more who have worked daily on this issue for years, but also all of those who will be needed in the work ahead, which will be all of us in this room, all of us in the gallery, all of our staff, and a number of people across the province as well. Thank you.
Returning the chair to Mayor Morgan.
I have Councillor Lehman next.
Thank you, and thanks folks for coming down today. We hear what you're saying. And I think every single person on council and the mayor and staff are on the same page. We see it every day in our city. We see it in all of our wards across the city. We hear it from our constituents. And I can understand what you're asking for today. And I share what my colleagues have said. I'm a little, as Councillor Hopkins stated, I'm a little wary of declarations because I think that can be the easy way. That's the easy fix. It's easy to declare an emergency. The tough part is to actually do something that works. And I think what you've heard from other councillors and the mayor on what we're doing, a strategic plan has been mentioned. We've referenced what staff is currently working on. It should give you an indication of where we're planning to do with action, not just words. And when I say this is shared across the city, I think that's evident by the number of stakeholders that have joined the staff's initiative in coming up with a solution, and the financial contributions that are coming forward too from private sources. One thing that I'd like to address though as well, and we're talking about emergencies and the most vulnerable. What's missing from this is talking about mental health and addiction. And I think mental health and addiction are tied to our homeless situation as well. I think we have to make a statement included in this to address this. We're using this to bring awareness to our federal and provincial governments to highlight this as we have done, because a city on its own doesn't have the wherewithal to address these challenges with our property tax base. There are many of those that are living rough right now that if they had a roof over their head wouldn't last long because of the suffering that they're incurring through mental health and addiction. So I would like to add an amendment, consider my colleagues to consider this in number 2, where we are advocating to provincial and federal government for more funding and support in building affordable housing and to provide increased levels of health care to address mental health and addiction. It is health care that we're talking about here. Health care is the jurisdiction of the province and also the federal government. And I think it's important that we link the 2 of these, or the 3 of these issues, the 3-legged stool, we link it in this motion here. So I would ask the mover if she would consider adding that language to her motion.
Yeah, you've had a couple of suggestions so far, Councillor, so maybe it's appropriate to go to you and your seconder to see if you're looking to update any language based on the comments so far.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to make both of the suggested amendments, and I can send that to the clerk if to have circulated for everyone.
Oh, so the magic of the clerks have been working on some language just in case as we've been going. So if you have specific language or you want me to flip up theirs, so I'm happy to go either way. It's up to you.
Let's see what they got.
Okay, all right. Okay, if you refresh, you should see some updated language. How about you take a look at that and then let me know what changes you might want to make.
That looks good to me. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers. And again, colleagues can refresh and they can see the new language. I'll give you a minute to process that before I go too quickly. I don't see any other speakers. So if there is no more comments, I'm going to open this motion, which is moved and seconded with the slightly adjusted wording for approval. So we'll open the vote now.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 15-0.
Okay, that concludes item 5.1. That also, you'll see we've snuck in there receiving, of course, the delegations and all the necessary motions related to the entire 5.1 item, which means we will be able to move back into the next item on our agenda. For everybody who came today, there's no obligation to stay, but we have a lot of other stuff that you might be interested in, so you're welcome to stick around for as long as you like and talk about strategic plan and board appointments and a number of other things. But if not, you're welcome to make your way out as well. So we're on to item 4.1, which is Council's draft 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. We have a presentation from our staff. For colleagues, just as an update, you'll remember that at our last strategic planning session, we were working into the evening. We decided to take a pause and use this meeting to continue where we left off at that meeting. And then we will be using the April 17th meeting, I believe it is, for the finalization. So our goal today is to work through, maybe I'm stealing your thunder of your presentation, Ms. Livingston, but I'm going to do it anyways. Our goal today is to complete going through the components that we left off, also take a run at the metrics, and ultimately we're trying to get to giving information to our staff so that they can craft what hopefully is a final version of the document, which we can consider at the April 17th meeting. Certainly we can make changes there too, but for the most part, we should be making small tweaks and adjustments. We need to give staff all the direction we possibly can today to get us hopefully to that point. So with that, and I hope I didn't steal too much of your presentation, I'll turn it over to you.
Your Worship, you did a very fine job. So just to quickly reiterate, I'm not going to go through. Everybody knows very well, you guys are very engaged in the strategic plan, so I do not need to reiterate that or the timelines. This is where we're here today, seeking in the 3 areas of the areas of focus, as well as the metrics. And then I would suggest, after you've done that, any other additional comments in any other component. So to reiterate what His Worship said, from a staff perspective, we would love to be able to walk out of the room this evening with as many changes as required so that we can present a nearly final document on April 17th. And that is where we would table that. It would be on the regular agenda so that Council has time for it. And then on April 17th, we would look to see any additional direction with council approval on April 25th. This timing becomes quite significant because very quickly you will find you are moving into the multi-year budget discussion. So this was the additional time should we need it, but you will find that you are moving into the multi-year budget discussion, in fact, beginning April 18th. So I just share that so you understand the overall timing. This is a reminder of the phases of public engagement that have occurred throughout the life of the strategic plan, culminating in what I understand was a very well-attended public participation meeting on March 8th. And again, reminding you of the structures. So we are this evening trying to finalize the strategies in a number of areas, as well as the metrics. You'll recall this slide, which puts all the components together. So really the approach today, much like what we've done before, is we would begin with the areas of focus, outcomes, expected results, and strategies for the remaining 3 areas. Mobility and transportation would be where we would start. Happy to hear any and all changes that council would like. We would then move to the next section. Once you've completed that, we would suggest moving to metrics, make your way through that, and then open it up to any other changes that may be asked for on the sections that had been addressed previously. So that would be our suggested approach, but your worship, we're of course in the hands of council on how they would like to proceed.
So that's my suggested approach. I generally think that's what we agreed on. Like, let's just continue on where we left off and then go through the metrics. And then within the end of any final changes piece, we can kind of circle back to anything that, you know, may have been missed or any further thoughts we have on the earlier areas. But I would like to, if colleagues don't object, continue to plow through where we left off. And then any final changes will be a bit of a catch-all for anything we may have missed in the any new thoughts that you might have. I want to say too, I appreciate a number of my colleagues who have circulated some of their suggested changes. I think you'll find you'll capture some of these in our approach, but if you have to add a few as at the final changes section, we can certainly do that. So I don't think I see anybody objecting to just continuing through. Okay, I see nods. So we are going to proceed as you've suggested.
All right, then, so I'll ask Nick to bring up the mobility and transportation one, and then, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it to you in terms of seeking whether council has any changes in this area.
Okay, and just so you know, we're not dealing with the metrics yet. We're going through this. As I did last time, just for a little bit of efficiency's sake, we're now into basically, if no one objects to a change, I'm just going to add it in. If someone objects, we're just going to have a mover and a seconder and a motion, just so we can start to drive to decisions. So in the mobility and transportation section, I'll look for colleagues who have comments or changes. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. I did send these in advance because I'm trying to avoid wordsmithing on the fly. I don't know if those can be pulled up, but I did have additions for 1.1 C and D. Do you want me to read them? Or?
Yeah, and I would prefer, although you have additions to maybe if you have multiple sections, like the C and D is fine, but if you have any that are like later in transportation mobility, let's just kind of do them in sections.
I just have these two, and then
okay,
then I'm done.
Let's go ahead and so if colleagues are following along on the screen, you can see Mr. Steinberg is going to do what he's done all the way through this process, and that's show the changes up in some yellow so that you can see what's being proposed. And then once you've had a chance to look at them, I will see if there's any objections to adding these in. And if there is, or any sort of clarification or discussion, you can jump in at that point. So is there any objections to adding these pieces in? So we have a C adjustment and a D. I'll just make sure everybody's, just want to give them, since this is the first one, a little bit of time just to make sure you're ready. Okay, I don't see any objections, so we're Councillor Frank? Or is it, okay. So you don't touch your glasses, it's like an auction. Okay, I don't see any objections, so we'll add those two in. So other changes to the mobility and transportation area. I don't see any at this time, so we will move to the next area.
So we're on to climate action and sustainable growth. I don't know if we've received any suggested changes in advance to this one. If there are, we'll put them up, but it doesn't look like it, so.
Okay,
raise
I think
your
I'll just let
hands,
the
Your
councillors
Worship.
propose their changes even if they've sent them in. So climate action and sustainable growth, changes to what you see on the screen, which is outcome 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Under 1.1, just to specify work with residents, businesses, and organizations. And I understand some may perceive businesses and organizations as the same thing, but this came from feedback from business community.
Okay, any objections to adding the word businesses in? Okay, I don't see any, so that change will stand. Do you have others, Councillor Rahman, or is that the only one? Okay. Councillor Trossau, go ahead.
It's not a change so much, but it's a question, and I'm still not clear about increased actions 1.1, increased actions towards a circular economy. And I'm still worried that that's sort of a buzzword term, and it's not clear to everyone. And is there a clause that's short that succinctly explains what a circular economy is? So this could be a little bit more useful to people who don't know that. I want to see a footnote there. C.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, I would wholeheartedly agree because I don't understand it either. So I'm not saying the council doesn't understand it. I don't understand the language, but I'm sure Ms. Scher has a suggestion on whether we could do a footnote or adding a few words to bring clarity.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will certainly provide some additional language. Just give me a second or two to provide a bit of clarification.
I was joking about the footnote, but.
I think your point is taken about some plain language version, which basically explains what we actually mean by that. If you want, I can give you a minute and we can go on to any other changes and then we'll come back to that. Any other changes to the climate action and sustainable growth section?
Sorry, Your Worship, the disagreement that we're having is that there is a glossary section for the plan, but I am suggesting that perhaps a few words here would help, and we can have a glossary too. But if I'm understanding correctly, we're trying to make it more easily understandable at first glance.
That's correct. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going through my notes, perhaps what we could add is a circular economy that favors activities preserving the value of energy, labor, and materials. Does that help?
Can you say it again?
Circular economy, so that is an economy that favors the preservation of value of energy, labor, and materials. So usually your principles around durability, reuse, manufacturing, and recycling. But I don't know how lengthy we want to make that particular section, but I'm watching what Mr. Steinberg has put in. Energy, labor, and materials. So that's essentially what the circular economy intent is. It's around preserving energy, labor, and materials from items that are already, have had those invested in them. The ability to keep that in the local economy is an opportunity for innovation and reducing our need to create new products, new energy, new labor, and materials. Is that helpful, Councillor?
Councillor Trossau?
What you just said was very helpful, but probably wordier than what we want in 1.1. So I'm going to be looking for this, for this language. I think the word preserve is really important.
So we've got the language there. We could let it sit for a bit if everybody agrees that this language change is clarifying and acceptable.
Yeah, it is for me.
Okay, so if it is does anybody object to this clarifying language? No? No. Okay, that's a winner, so we're going to leave that there. Any other changes to the climate action and sustainable growth section, all of which is on the screen? Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Same thing for infrastructure gap. We can't afford to have an infrastructure gap.
Can you just tell me where you're referring to?
3.1, the infrastructure gap is managed, the infrastructure gap, comma, which, blah, is managed for assets. 4 words.
Ms. Barbone? Oh, we need your microphone, Councillor.
Thank you, through the chair. We have been using that language in all the business cases that we have provided annually at the budget. I can look to see if we have a definition. I don't believe it's very short, but that is something that we certainly will include in the terms of our definitions in the glossary that we will have. So that is not language we have been using regularly. It's actually been used provincially as well. So if I can search to see if I can find what that definition is to put that there, but it certainly has been a common term that we've been utilizing for a number of years.
Okay, so Councillor, what I'm hearing is that's like a term that probably needs to stay, but we could in the glossary section provide a definition of it. So it might not be as at first glance clear in this, but it may be tricky given its language used municipally and provincially to change it and mean what we intend to mean with it. Okay, okay, I see nods. Okay, that's great. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and that just sparked a little follow-up for me. I was hoping maybe we could also define infrastructure and confirm that it includes both gray and green infrastructure, because I know that I at least highly value green infrastructure, and I know it's sometimes not captured in the definition. We just say the word infrastructure.
Through the chair, our definition does in fact include the green infrastructure as well.
Okay. Other changes to climate action and sustainable growth? I don't see any, so we'll move to the next section. Well-run city.
Yes, Your Worship, well-run city, and I think we have the first 2 outcomes and the associated strategies on this slide, so looking to see if there are any suggested changes or additions.
Okay, so I'm just looking for changes to the first 2 outcomes. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I was hoping in 1.1B, we could add financial expenditures between decision-making and the delivery of municipal programs and services. Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have an objection to adding that piece in? I also will invite staff just generally from the chair, if you see that we are suggesting a language that might have an alternative to it, if we're moving in a direction that you need to flag for us, just let us know. But is there any objections to this piece? Councillor Trosa?
I'd like to add a short clause. I'm not sure where to put it or whether it's in the 1, 2, or A. It says, residents receive timely and respectful feedback to their complaints and other input.
Okay, I'm kind of going to leave that with our staff to see how they work that in. Let me just finish with the financial expenditures piece.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, does anybody object to the financial expenditures language being in there? Okay, I don't see any, so that one's good. You've heard the councillor's suggestion on adding in
This is
some.
very specific to complaints. Gotcha. And I'm going somewhere with this later.
Okay, so there's language up, I think, as you described it. I want to just see if there's discussion on this. Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I struggle a little bit with this one because what is timely is very subjective to an individual. And I'm not sure how we measure the satisfaction on a timely response. I understand the councillor's desire in terms of making sure that people are having their feedback or their concerns acknowledged. I'm also mindful of the fact that, you know, and I'm just looking, I just pulled one up. This is June of 2022. 9,001 CRM requests that month alone. And so when somebody submits a request through Service London, and maybe that's a pothole repair, a burnt out street light, whatever that might be, I'm not sure that the best use of time and resources is to get back to them after we have made the repair, fixed the deficiency. I think that would require an incredible amount of resources. And through you, Chair, I wonder if staff could comment on resource allocation to that sort of situation.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, it's why we ask. There's a box to tick if a resident or whomever has made the service request. I don't know if complaint and service request are the same, where we ask them to tick if they wish to receive notification that it's been addressed. Not everyone does that, or if they call on the phone, they are asked that so that we can take it in, and then we do endeavor to do that if that's what's been required or asked for. Our experience is those tend to occur largely in situations that are more complicated and where people are having perhaps discussions with a number of service areas to address a concern. So that is where we would focus. And so anyway, that's from our perspective. We have some things in place that allow people to tell us if they would like to hear back, and then we try and follow up on that. So there's a lot to unpack here as we would consider it. And I would also just put out that respect goes both ways, and we would hope to engage in respectful discussions about complaints with community members as well.
I want to let the Deputy Mayor finish his comments. I have Councillor Hopkins, but I have the, so I'm gonna go in a slightly different order here, but go back to you first.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's important to underscore what Ms. Livingston just shared as well, that the respect does have to go both ways. I've certainly experienced it. I'm sure other councillors have experienced. I know our staff experience all the time very disrespectful engagement as well. And when that happens, I certainly do not expect our staff to then later pick up the phone and call back to somebody who's been abusive to them in the initial process. So I'm cautious about putting this into our strategic plan without knowing how metrics would be used to actually measure this in a fair way. I think we do a good job of getting some satisfaction in our annual satisfaction survey back, but I'm cautious about this one because of the time and resources that might be required and how subjective it could be.
Okay. Councillor Trosau, I don't know if you were, so I don't want you to respond to Councillor Deputy Mayor Lewis unless you were kind of taking him up on some language changes. Otherwise, I can come back to you after I get some other feedback. But go ahead. Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I understand where the councillor is going with this, but I am too being very cautious here as well. I know we have processes in place to deal with getting back to residents in a timely manner. I know it varies depending on what the situation is and the complexities as well. But I'm also concerned about that respectful, obviously it's a two-way street as well, and I'm not sure how it fits right now. I think it's already there, but I'm not sure what this is doing to strengthen it or not. Those are just my thoughts.
Okay, now I'm going to have Councillor Trossau address the comments.
So first of all, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your respectful both ways, and that should certainly be written in wherever that should be. Maybe it could be crafted in here. I've seen some pretty remarkable things in the last 4 months, and they're unwarranted. At the same time, having dealt with a couple of different agencies, I think that there's a disparity right now, and I didn't want to get into this level of detail, but I will. I've seen people in infrastructure get back within 2 hours whenever they receive a communication from a person, and those communications are not always particularly helpful or friendly. I've also had situations in other departments where people have waited weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks without any understanding of how their complaint is being resolved. And when it's something that you sort of see in your front yard, you know the complaint has been dealt with. But sometimes you've made a complaint and you have no idea. You have no idea where it is. And the conduct that you're complaining about continues. And you don't know whether you should just stop because your first request was denied as unfounded, or whether you should just continue adding to it. Now, I can go into more detail if people want to hear it. But the reason why I left timely somewhat vague is because something could take a while. And maybe the word reasonable needs to be put in there. But if you file a complaint and weeks and weeks and weeks go by and you haven't gotten anything, and you see that conduct persisting and you file another complaint and weeks and weeks and weeks go by, there needs to be some timely feedback. And by putting the word respectful in there, if that is going to trigger a discussion, I think it goes without saying that when people file complaints with the city, that it's going to be done respectfully, and maybe we need to add something there. I could take out the word respectful. Reasonably timely and relevant. I'm more concerned about relevance. I filed a complaint. I want to know whether I am totally off base filing this complaint, or whether, and I understand, and especially in situations of compliance, we can't get into the details of investigation, but at some point you have to let people know what the disposition is, and we're not doing that now.
To the city manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering, 2.1A is about how we are delivering our services, that they're accessed, simple to use, timely, and accountable. And I wonder if we built in to that strategy, including the response and follow-up on issues and complaints, then that, you wouldn't need C. It packages the whole thing together from a service, access, and concern perspective.
Absolutely, that's wonderful.
Yes, I would also add, I like the part of the language about service requests and complaints. I think it's not just complaints that people want timely action and responses to, but also their requests for service in their area. It's still being worked on. Should it say service requests and complaints? Yeah, okay.
Yes, sorry, we just dropped the word.
Okay, Councillor Trossau, just have a look at that where it's been put in under A now, including feedback and response to service requests and complaints. So it's now all encompassing within that section. Okay with you? Good. Is there any objections to the addition of this language? Anyone else? Okay, that looks great. Other changes to well-run city outcome 1 or outcome 2? There's also an outcome, there's another section, but I'll get to that in a second, but just what's on the screen for now. Okay. Okay, if I go too fast, just let me know. Let's go to the next section.
Oh, just one thing.
Okay, go ahead. Could you just use your microphone? There's people online.
Measure and regularly report to council and the broader community, because sometimes council doesn't even get the information. I guess we could ask for it, but I just don't see the harm of saying council and the community on our performance. I could give an example.
I don't think we need an example. I think it's clear what you're asking. Is there any objection to including this language change? Okay, I don't see any for that either. Now let's move on to outcome 3. Changes to outcome 3, I have Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I have 2 to propose in 3.21, implement the people plan, add the words, the multi-year accessibility plan, and then the rest and other health and safety initiatives. Should I go to my second?
Let me just check on that one first. Any objections to that language? Okay, you can go on to your second change.
Thank you. The second one is outcome 3. I'd like to add 3.3B, and that would be provide steady and reliable flow of information concerning construction impacts to the community.
Okay. I just, that's just up on our screen now, so I'll just have colleagues just give them a chance to read that one and then see if there's any concerns or questions about that one. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
So I will say that while I understand the reason to have B in there, it feels kind of redundant to me because I think our staff already are doing that on a daily basis. In fact, we received the PSA this afternoon about downtown loop construction. So, I mean, I have no problem with it being in there. I just think we're putting in something that we're already checking off as 100% done because our comm staff and our infrastructure folks under Ms. Scher and others are already communicating that out on a pretty much a daily basis to us. So I'm not sure how much more they can do. People can follow our social media accounts, but if they don't actually read them, that's on them, not on our staff.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure it is, because I don't expect everybody to be on social media. I mean, it would be great if everybody was like on the Sam Trasso page and reading it every day. But I just feel as if we have to have people can go into the library and get assistance if they're not expert users. But I think we have to have the attitude that we need to reach people in a multi-pronged way, and sometimes that's old-fashioned leaflet indoor, and sometimes that's going on the latest in Instagram or Facebook or whatever. But I don't expect people to be doing that.
Okay, well, I'm sure everybody's a regular reader of the website. Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarity, while I use the social media as an example, I can say even from the construction on my own street last summer, when there were going to be interruptions, staff delivered notices, hand-delivered notices door to door. Those PSAs go to our mainstream media outlets as well. I'm sure that I see Mr. Newcomb's here. I'm sure CTV will have a piece on the 6 o'clock news tonight about the closures downtown. But we already have a multi-pronged approach, and I will clarify, I use social media as an example, but it was not meant to be the catch-all for everything. I think we do an excellent job actually of utilizing many different channels to try and reach people. But there is a point where the residents themselves have to actually take that leaflet out of their door or mailbox and read it, not just toss it in the recycling bin, or check the city's social media website, or watch the 6 o'clock news to find out what's going on.
I want to try to help this conversation a little bit. I want to know, I want to get a sense on what staff feel, although I don't want to talk about metrics now, what they feel the metrics are to this, because I think people are making some assumptions. So are the metrics to this essentially the number of PSAs, the number of tweets, the number of, leaflet drops that we do related to construction infrastructure? I'm curious, like, it's nice to have a piece in the strategic plan, but if we don't know what we're going to measure to achieve it, that's probably a really critical point. So I don't know if you have a sense, given this is new. I think the councillor circulated it, where I worked with staff on it beforehand. So if any commentary you could give us on what this means and how it would be measured, I think would be helpful to the dialogue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the metrics that you've discussed are probably some of the ones that we would include. I think there's some other pieces that we've got in the hopper that could prove quite interesting under this, in terms of working on our plain language communications, ensuring accessible information for people of all language speaking and reading and abilities, as well as looking for potentially some more user-friendly ways to communicate really effective detours. So we've done a lot of work on this over the last several years, but I don't think we're at an end game to it. So I'm certainly not distressed to see it added to the strategic plan. Although I do appreciate the Deputy Mayor trying to save us a little bit of work.
Awesome. Councillor Hopkins, you're next on the list. I hope that clarification was helpful.
Yeah, I think that clarification is very helpful, especially that plain language and having a ward that's full of construction. I'm very supportive of this. I think it would also include signage as we post for construction out there in the community as we're driving around. So there's uses in this approach, and I think we can always do better. It's always challenging. Our construction season is such a short period of time, and the challenges that the community has is great, and the more we can do, I think the better off we are as a city in terms of communication. So very supportive of it.
Councillor Stevenson? Oh, sorry, I had Councillor Rahman first, and then I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to say I like having this in here as well. As much as we do, I think letting people know that we're committed to being even better. The construction around Old East Village is has quite the implications right now, and into many aspects. So I think having this on here and hearing about the exciting things in the hopper is good to have.
Before we have more dialogue, it seems like we're getting consensus. We had some good feedback from our staff about what this means. I don't hear anybody really objecting to it. So, we could talk about it all night, but we got lots of other things to do. So I'm just going to ask, does anybody object to this language as it's currently landed now, understanding the metrics go with it? Okay, then it's in. Any other changes to this section? Okay, on to the next, on to the metrics. All right.
Yes, Your Worship, but before we kind of have at it, I did just want to do a little reminder about the metrics and what they are and how they've been arrived at, so that we all have that context. So just a reminder that these are a unit of measure to allow us to understand progress and performance in the implementation of the strategic plan. Metrics have been designed to align against the expected result. So what unit of measure will allow us to understand the change, the result that has been requested. We have also introduced, where we could, population level indicators for each strategic area of focus where they're available. So while we may not have direct influence over those, they are also an indicator of the experience or contextual change in each of these areas. So really this is, the purpose is to allow us Are we achieving a way to measure or understand that we're achieving the change that council is expecting to see? Other components that were important in the establishment of metrics is that they are clearly connected to the expected results, so being able to measure that change. That, and this is also very important, that we actually have access to reliable and timely information to allow us to do that measurement. In some instances, new metrics are perhaps suggested, but we don't have a mechanism to do it right now, so that would require work and effort and cost to do it. So we've tried to provide metrics where we already have access to reliable data and timely data. The other important thing about the metric is we're trying to have where we have a purposeful stake, where we have influence and are able to affect change. Some instances we don't have control over those, so we've tried to be very clear on that as well. They're not intended to measure all aspects of our work or the work of our ABCs. They're intended to be directly related to the expected results so we can understand if the change desired has been achieved. It is through, so these metrics are the unit of measure, and it is through the multi-year budget, which will set the pace of implementation. Once we understand that, then we can set the specific targets, and council would see that back through the performance plans around the strategic plan. So I just wanted to share those components as you embark on any changes you would like to see, beginning with reconciliation, equity, and inclusion with respect to the metrics.
I have some hands up, probably not related to this. I'll go to Councillor Rahman first.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just wondering if you would, and the committee would indulge us with the opportunity to go back and make some adjustments within the strategies. And I'm happy to move through them very quickly. Just hoping we could go back and do that because some of them then tie to metrics.
Yes. I'm happy to entertain that, but it's not just up to me. So I guess the request is, colleagues, and some of them have been circulated to you, you'll see that there's a couple of changes colleagues want to make to areas that we had already covered as we kind of worked through the section we just worked through for the first time. The request is, could we go back and address the ones, I think at least the ones that were circulated, so that as we discuss metrics, we at least have those in place because they might be related. If no one objects, then I think how I would want to start, and I want to, just out of respect for those who circulated them, I'm going to let the people who circulated them kind of lead us jumping around the sections that, for the items they've circulated, then I'll go to the general comments of other councillors afterwards. So Councillor Rahman, I know you circulated some. I have some from Councillor McAllister. So we'll deal with yours first, and then we'll deal with Councillor McAllister's, and then I'll do the general kind of open call for them, okay? Councillor Rahman, where would you like to go first?
Thank you, and through you, I'd like to start with reconciliation, equity, and inclusion and add accessibility into there. This actually came from the group that's been advocating quite strongly for additions of accessibility into our strategic plan and was shared with a few members of council. And then the reason for it is that it ties to a lot of the work that we're doing in trying to make sure that work is in multiple areas of the strategic plan. And then I have some language and outcomes to tie into that as well.
Okay, let me just first see if there's consensus on a changing of the title to add accessibility in. Any objections to that? I don't see any, so how would you like to adjust the outcomes then based on that change?
Thank you. I'm looking to under 2.32, adding the word accessible, so promote equitable, inclusive, accessible, and welcome, next got it. And welcoming City of London spaces for intersectional identities with an added focus on women, girls from Indigenous and Muslim communities.
Okay, so that language is on the screen. That's in 2.3B. Any objections or even comments on the addition of that? Okay, I don't see any, but again, let me know if I go too fast. Okay, so we'll have that one stand, that change stands. Is that it? Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead then.
Thank you. Do you want me to move on to the next section, or do you want to take any from anyone else?
No, I would just want to deal with just out of respect for those who circulated it first, I just want to deal with all of your changes, and then we'll deal with all of Councillor McAllister's changes, and then we'll go kind of generally. I don't want to go through each section again. I just want to deal with what councillors want to raise very specifically from this point on.
Thank you. Under housing and homelessness, outcome 3, a well-planned and growing community. 3.2 is to add a C, which would be a % of planning and development approvals issued within mandated timelines. Sorry, that's a metric. You're right. So do we need to tie anything up here? Nope, we're good. Okay.
I
So
think you can
that's good.
catch that in the metric section.
Yay, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, read my own notes. Under economic growth, culture, and prosperity. Add to 1.1, add a C, to continue to work with local educational institutions to encourage, support, and retain entrepreneurs.
Okay, any questions, comments, objections to that addition? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I just wonder if, rather than entrepreneurs, perhaps a more inclusive term might be talent. Just in that, I think we want to retain, we want to retain young tradespeople graduating from Fanshawe. We want to retain folks in a number of fields, not just entrepreneurs. So I wonder if the mover might consider talent.
How do you feel about that, Councillor?
Sounds good.
Okay, so let's switch that to talent. Obviously, happy to take the entrepreneurs, but lots of other talent we'd like to keep as well. Okay, I don't see anybody objecting to that language, so I'm going to leave that as stands. Councillor?
Thank you. And then last one, under well-being and safety, outcome 1, 1.3D. It says continue to support. Just wanted to add and reduce barriers. And this feedback came from business improvement areas around some of the barriers that they're finding when looking to do things in publicly owned spaces across the city.
Sorry, continue to support and
reduce barriers.
Just for some clarification, like, what do you mean by reduce barriers? Not physical barriers, but like access barriers?
Access barriers, yep. Through policies, yes.
Excellent. Just wanted to be clear. There'll be no barriers in parking lots from now on. I'm just kidding. Okay, so any comments or questions about that addition of the reduced barriers piece? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll leave that in. Okay. Is that all of your changes? Okay, Councillor McAllister, let's go through what you have left with your suggested changes.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. So first one, housing and homelessness. So this would be in 3.1 to add an E, and that would be to apply the equity tool considering the people experiencing mobility poverty.
Could you explain what that means? Just
yeah. So in terms of,
and I will say I appreciate that you did provide that context in an email, but I think for those who may be watching or who may not have seen your email yet, adding a little bit of context to your suggested change might be helpful.
Yeah. So in terms of mobility poverty, that refers to the situations where socioeconomic marginalization combines with transportation barriers to mutually reinforce problems in people's lives, preventing them from thriving. Transportation-related social exclusion is the outcome of transportation poverty, as it results from the activities that people miss out on due to one's transportation situations, things like missing job interviews and doctor's visits, as well as the feelings of isolation that go with that.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Oh, sorry.
So this one I'm not going to support, and it's because you look at where we are. Outcome 3, a well-planned and growing community. 3.1, London's growth and development is well-planned and considers use, intensity, and farm. And we look at the other 4 points. What we are talking about here really is how we are dealing with planning matters. In many ways, these are strategies that are going to impact the work that Councillor Lehman and Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Frank and myself and Councillor Hillier are doing at the Planning Committee. You know, we have to consider, you know, natural heritage and agriculture areas. It's developing and enhancing the tools of the London Plan, the increased efficiency in the planning and development process. I don't know how you apply an equity lens to applications that are coming in from private sector builders to build property on, or to build on land that they own. In terms of mobility poverty, we can't ask them to build on land that they don't own. We can't force them to acquire new land to build on. And so for me, this is not the scope of outcome 3. I appreciate, and there are a couple of other pieces that Councillor McAllister has suggested that I am going to support. For example, applying that lens in terms of neighborhood health equity, because as he mentioned in describing this, if you can't get to a doctor's appointment, you cannot increase your health equity. But when it comes to applying mobility poverty to private sector building applications, that's not something that I'm going to be supportive of.
Councillor Trossau.
Thank you for your, through the chair, I'd like to thank the councillor for adding that. I think all land use decisions are social. I think all land use decisions are political. There's a strong historical body of planning literature going back to the Moses studies in New York City. These are all issues that we have to consider from an equity point of view. So while I wouldn't have thought myself of adding E, I think it's a good idea to have it there. And I don't think it takes anything away from the process. But just because something's on somebody's private property and it's a private application doesn't mean it's exempt from our overall equity lens. And the fact that some people think it might be means that maybe we should explicitly put it in there. So I would support leaving E in there.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I understand the reasoning behind it, but I don't think this is the place for it. You know, as we've seen on planning, a lot of considerations are done by the London Plan, and the London Plan is, I believe, the place for something like this. And when the London Plan is up for review, I think that is a perfectly valid thing to pursue at that point. But we have to remember that we are, the London Plan is a very important piece for guidelines and directing decision of staff and council in where we go. And we could open ourselves up for, you know, appeals and whatnot based on, you know, we can't just ad hoc add extra items to the London Plan. That's a very complex process. So I just want to caution about that, and for that reason, I cannot support this.
Okay. Other comments, Councillor Trossau?
We're going to open ourselves up to appeal for any number of things besides just granting the application without conditions. But I think we can say, I think it's a good point, E, consistent with the London Plan, apply the equity tool.
That I need to go to account, I want to go to the mover first, unless you have other additional language you want him to consider. No, okay. Oh, you want to consider that? Okay. I want to, Councillor McAllister, maybe you can comment on the suggestion with the language.
Yeah, I would be amenable to adding that in. And I just want to, through the chair, ask staff, do they foresee any issue with that?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, there wouldn't be an issue as far as providing some direction for what you want considered as part of the official plan review.
Councillor Hopkins? Oh, sorry. So you're okay, so we're going to change the language if you're okay with it? Okay. And then we're still going to discuss this. So I'll just, it'll come up, and I'll go back to you to make sure it's worded the way you want. Councillor Hopkins?
I like the changes that have been made here. I was going to suggest the London plan. I know it's going to be under review, but it's really important that it be in there because it does guide us at planning committee. I can see, you know, it's sort of, as we do the review, maybe this will be a conversation going forward, but yeah, I like the London plan in there.
Okay. Other comments on this? It sounds to me like this one we'll do as a vote, just because there was some disagreement on it. I'm not sure if the language helps or not, but rather than go through another round of talking, I think I'll just look for any new comments. Otherwise, we'll have a mover and a seconder, and I'll look to Councillor McAllister to move this change. And it sounds like there's a seconder in Councillor Trossau? Yeah, okay. So any other discussion on, and the motion will be to add this in. So if you're voting for it, we'll add it in. If you vote against it, we're not going to do that. Is there any other discussion on adding this component in? Okay, so we're going to open that for voting. You'll have to, if you're on the one screen, flip to the other screen so you can vote.
Councillor Van Meerbergen? Councillor Van Meerbergen? Closing the vote, the motion. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 9-5.
Okay, so that, sorry, I got to switch my screen. So that change will stay. Councillor McAllister, we're on your changes. Do you have others that you want to suggest?
Yes, so under well-being and safety, and sorry, through the chair. So 1.9, under improved health equity across neighborhoods, consider mobility, poverty, and health equity strategies.
Okay, we'll see if there's any objections or questions about this one. Any objections to adding this in? Okay, Councillor McAllister, that one's in. Go ahead if you have something else.
Okay, under economic growth, culture, and prosperity, on 4.4, to add D, which would be, oh, sorry, I'll wait for you to get there. So D, provide convenient and affordable public transit options to people experiencing mobility poverty.
Okay, any questions or objections to this?
I'm gonna
Deputy Mayor
preempt,
Lewis.
I'm gonna preempt the deputy mayor because I know what he's going to ask. Just to staff, if this is something that we are already currently doing through our current subsidies with public transit, or if there are additional features that we could add to address this.
Through you, your chair, we do currently provide subsidized transit programs. So as you know, there's the income-related pass for adults, which is based on poverty levels, which we are currently reviewing and will bring back as part of the multi-year budget process. We also provide council has approved free transportation for children under 12, which helps us with future ridership levels. And then we also provide a transit subsidy to seniors for tickets, high school students, and those that are blind receive free monthly bus passes.
Deputy Mayor Lewis. Oh, sorry, Councillor McAllister. I'll let you continue on.
Sorry. So would there be any additional things we could consider, or is this the only option? Not to put you on the spot.
Through the chair, as part of our review of our income-related subsidized transit programs, we will be using the equity tool that council has endorsed on that. So we may come up with some suggestions, and that will be part of our business case going forward to council.
I'll go to the city manager.
Your worship, can I just confirm that this is where the councillor would like this strategy? The rest of the strategies are very directly related to the types of activities. This is introducing a how we get there approach, so I just want to make sure it's in the right place.
Thank you, and through the chair. Would it be better suited in mobility and transportation?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe if we give you a moment, maybe you could make a suggestion on where it might more appropriately land. Take your time. We want to land it in the appropriate section. Assuming it lands in a section, I just want to see, is there any other comments on this particular one? Again, I'll give, once we land it, I'll ask again, but go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councillor McAllister, for preempting the question, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask. And I would concur that I think this belongs more under mobility than under economic prosperity and development. While I wouldn't support it where it is, I would support it perhaps in another area. So let's see what staff come up with.
Okay, no pressure, but where it lands seems to be very important to a couple of members of council. So.
Could I make a suggestion? This may be my, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Would 1.3 be suitable under mobility and transportation?
Through the chair, I'm just looking at, if you look at outcome number 2, London is an affordable and supportive community for individuals and families. We do have 2.3, provide, enhance, and promote access to municipal subsidy programs. Sorry. That would help.
Could you just let us know exactly what section you're in? Is that?
Under well-being and safety.
Okay.
Outcome number 2. And expected result 2.3C speaks to our access to municipal subsidy programs, which would include our subsidized transit programs.
Councillor McAllister.
Could I just add in then including transit? Public transit? And I think that is sufficient.
Okay, that's a little bit different than what we had before, so let me just do a round of asking if there's comments, questions, or any objections to adding it in this way. I don't see any, so it looks like you've landed on a winner there. Do you have other changes?
No, that's everything, okay. And I just want to thank staff for my indulgence and finding a place for that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's everybody who's circulated stuff. So let me just go for any other changes that colleagues might have. I'm not going to go through each section in detail again, but if you have something specific that you've been thinking about, you didn't have a chance to circulate it, now's the time to make a suggestion for an addition or a change. Councillor Trossau.
Yes, I would like to make a few very minor changes in housing and homelessness. First and foremost, and I'm not exactly sure what to put, where to put it, I would like to reflect our recently passed emergency language in here someplace. And I'm open to where to do it. Perhaps in light of the city's declared housing emergency, decreased number of individuals. I don't know if that's the best place to put it, but I would like to see it in the strategic plan now.
So we passed a motion recognizing that there is an emergency, and the councillor's looking to reference the recognition of that emergency. I see we have it, health and homelessness crisis in there. Crisis, emergency are kind of interchangeable words, so I think the colleague is looking to see if we want to adjust some language, perhaps from crisis to emergency or something that makes sense. And given this is new, I just want to give our staff some time to make a suggestion. Oh, okay, well, you're very fast, then go ahead.
Because Ms. Wilcox is amazing. We have an example in the area of the climate emergency. So you could change outcome 2 to say, in recognition of council's, or consistent with council's recognition of what you just did this evening, London will have a robust system of. So we're just trying to use a similar approach to how it was dealt with, how the climate emergency
I believe the word was recognition of health and homelessness emergency, like.
The untenable emergency in our city related to housing and homelessness is what I'm reading.
I don't know if we have to say it exactly that way, but we could say
But that
in
would,
recognition
that
of
would be the intention, that it would go into the
health and homelessness emergency. Again, I don't want to put language in that everybody hates, so we're going to have a discussion about this. We can obviously adjust it, but it seems like this is consistent with the way we've worded the climate emergency section. Is that's correct? Okay. Councillor Trossau.
My next one pertains to.
Oh, sorry, let me just make sure. I want to make sure everybody's okay with this one because they've just seen the language. So let me just see if there's comments or questions or objections to this. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, I would say, and I was a little concerned because I was hearing declaration of, and we did not declare a state of emergency tonight. I want to really underline that. But I think making it consistent with the climate situation, I'm much more comfortable with that. We've recognized that there's an emergency. That's different than a declaration of a state of emergency, but that language matches up, so I'm okay with that.
Right, yes, I think, yes, very much parallel. The intent here is to parallel this with the same sort of way we recognize the climate emergency, but did not declare under the act something very specific as a short-term measure. So is there any objections then to this language? Okay, so that's in. Go ahead with your second change, Councillor Trossau.
The second one is under 2.2, with respect to improved quality and safety in social housing. I'd like to add a D that says increase responsiveness to tenant complaints and feedback about housing conditions.
Okay.
Your worship, can I just clarify that that's with respect to the result around social housing,
I think that's the section.
not all housing?
The,
I'm just, because I'm looking for accountabilities here, so I just want to be clear.
This is with respect to 2.2, improved quality and safety in social housing, and I think it goes with that.
Okay, so, yeah, no, let me just make sure that, it is nice to jump ahead and assume everything's supportive, but I just want to make sure. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I just wonder if the counselor can share whether he has some, and I know we're not into the metrics section yet, but I'm always cautious about adding things that we may not have metrics for. So I'm wondering if the counselor could share if he has some potential metrics on how we would be measuring responsiveness as opposed to, because I think that there are ways to, and I actually would say that our new CEO at London Middlesex Community Housing has been, in my experience, making responsiveness a priority, but he's fairly new to the job. So I just wonder if there's some draft metrics that you might have in mind through the chair, that the councillor might have in mind, just before we get too far down, whether or not we're going to include this.
Yeah, it's a great question, because I've been giving this a lot of thought, having gone through some of the buildings. I would like to see, and I'll get back to you on this when we get to metrics with more specificity, but I'd like to see a measure of tenant complaints. Because if there are no tenant complaints, then there's a problem with tenants feeling comfortable making complaints. And then when we have the tenant complaints, how many of them were resolved? And I guess resolved is subjective, but that's the best I can do now. But yes, there needs to be a metric here.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? No? Good? Okay. Okay, any other concerns or questions? Let me just get your approval on this one. Anybody else have any concerns or questions about the addition of this D? Okay, that's in. Go ahead with your next one, Councillor Trossel.
Now, this next one is more specific to code enforcement generally. And I love the idea of blitzes. We need to be doing more blitzes. So I love the fact that blitzes is in there. But if it said implement a program of proactive rental property, I'd like to say rental property code compliance, because I want to make it really clear what the compliance is about. It's code compliance. There are a variety of different codes that don't all need to be listed. And if we include the word, add the word including, then it's not just blitzes, but also the regular code compliance practices that are undertaken during non-blitz circumstances. So I think the word including would capture that.
So including the word code, so adding the word code.
Rental property code compliance, comment, including.
Including, yep, blitzes. So it's on the screen. I hope that's the way that you want it. And if you're okay with it, I'll seek some comments from your colleagues.
The only, okay with that.
Okay. Comments or questions or concerns or objections to this one? That's a thumbs up. That's okay.
And,
wait, one more sec. Just everybody else. I just want to give everybody a chance to read it, each one. Okay, I don't see any for this. Again, if I go too fast and you need me to come back, I will, but I'll go on to your next change.
Now I see that 2.4, London has a strong system of enforcement to protect the health and safety of tenants, was taken out and moved back to the top, which is captured in what I just said, but there's something about the language of, quote, London has a strong system of enforcement to protect the health and safety of tenants. That's language that I think is not in here explicitly, and I think it's very important. And I would make one change to it, and that is to say, London has a strong system of enforcement, of code enforcement, to protect the health and safety of all residents. And the reason why I add all residents instead of just tenants is it's often the case that neighbors who are not tenants are feeling the negative effects of property deterioration.
So, Counselor, we made a decision last time to move it into D. So is there a way that you want to change the language in D that will reflect that? It has a lot of similar language to the way that the 2.4 was written, like it's very close. You might have to go to the start and the end of the sentence.
In keeping with London's strong system of code enforcement to protect the health and safety of all residents, implement.
Okay. So when we moved it into D, you just want to capture a little bit more of that language. So we'll get that up and then we'll see what colleagues think.
Actually, in keeping with London's system of code enforcement.
Yeah, so you can delete that part that you just added because it's at the end,
Yeah.
and we want to keep it at the end. Yeah, I think if you just, I think looks generally right.
Yeah, I would remove the word strong, actually.
Okay. Okay. Keeping with London's system of code enforcement, implement a program of a proactive rental property code compliance, including blitzes to protect the health and safety of tenants.
And all residents. And I add all residents. I want to add all residents because an adjacent property owner who's a homeowner might really be suffering deleterious effects if there are substantial code violations on a property.
Okay.
Especially if there's a fire.
Okay, I understand the language change. Questions or comments on this as it's situated now? I'll go to Councillor Stevenson first.
I'm just wondering if this is more of an action.
I have no opinion on that. Are you asking if it belongs somewhere else, like it's more of a, like an implementation plan piece? Yes, I mean, it could be, but I guess I'm going to get other feedback on that and other general comments, and we can come back to that idea. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis, you had your hand up too.
Yes, so first of all, I want to thank the councillor for adding "and all residents." I think that's an important piece. There are neighbors who are impacted by all kinds of different code compliance violations of someone living around them. So I think that is an important piece. Where I am struggling is with, and I struggled with this before, implement a program of, where for me, I would feel more comfortable with the language that says code enforcement, comma, conduct proactive rental property code compliance, including blitzes, et cetera. The language implement a program is a bit of a hang up for me because we're not sure what that program might look like, whether we can just enhance it through more bylaw officers, something like that. So if the mover's comfortable with conduct.
Yep, and the mover is saying.
I am, because that's a more general word that could mean just continue the programs you're doing, or it could mean implement a new program. It's a more general, and I think that's a great suggestion.
So we got conduct, that's now what we're looking at. I know Councillor Stevenson had okay, Councillor Stevenson's problem is fixed. No, that was a comment, I should say. Concern or question. So how does this look now? Does anybody object to this language as it stands now? No? No? Okay. That one stands, and it's 6:00. Oh, hold on, Mr. Mathers, go ahead.
Just through the chair, I just want to make sure that we're not limiting what we're doing in our municipal compliance by what's being stated here. So I don't think we are. I don't think that's the intention. So our bylaws, like our property standards and our other bylaws or licensing, isn't necessarily like building or fire code elements. So my understanding is that we're covering all the municipal compliance, would also include building code and fire code and those types of requirements as well. So just wanted to ensure that that was what the intention is.
That's intention.
It's a great point if you want to say in keeping with London's system of code enforcement and licensing. That might be broader.
Is that, Mr. Mathers, how does that capture more clearly what you feel our intent is?
I just add bylaws as well.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest, colleagues, is we've got kind of all the pieces that people generally agree to here. If we're providing some direction to our staff on this one, it's long. If staff want to take the liberty of, in our final draft, cleaning up any of the language if they feel like we've kind of missed something. It sounds to me, Mr. Mayor, like you really understand our intent. So, we will see a final draft of everything. And I'll just say, if you need to tidy this up a little bit and then highlight how you changed it, let us know. Because we just added a lot of small pieces into that, and it's possible there's a smoother way to say all the same things. Okay, if this one's in and everybody's good with that, then at this point it's 6:03, and I would like to take a half an hour break for colleagues now. We can come back to where we left off, but I'll look for a motion to recess for a half an hour. Moved by Councillor Trosau, seconded by Councillor McAllister. All those in favor of a 30-minute recess?
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Actual order. Thank you. So where we left off, we've already dealt with the colleagues who've submitted things in advance. I believe Councillor Trosal went through a number of changes. I'm just looking, before we move on to the metrics, if there are any other changes to any sections that we went through. I don't see any. So the city manager's already introduced the metrics section. My preference, rather than go through all of them in great detail, since everybody's had a chance to look at them, I do believe there's some areas where colleagues are looking to make some adjustments based on some of the changes we've made and some of the thoughts that they've already had. So unless there's an objection, I would like to perhaps go through and deal with suggested changes that colleagues have, rather than go through each of them line by line, section by section. So as we're doing these changes, if you find something you'd like to pop over to, we can. But I think I'll let colleagues kind of drive the bus on the sections we go to, and we'll deal with the changes you want to make very specifically in those areas. And so I know some of those have been submitted in advance, at least one, I believe. So maybe we can start with Councillor Rahman, who I believe you had a change to a metric, and then I'll go to other colleagues who have suggested changes to any of the metrics or any additions that you think we might have to add.
Thank you. This is in housing and homelessness. And the metric is outcome 3, a well-planned and growing community, 2.2 to add a C, and it would be % of off-the-clock building permits.
Okay. On any additional metrics, I'm going to just, if our staff need to make a flag, because we obviously want to follow the principles of the metrics that we've outlined at the start to make sure they're measurable and we can actually do it. So just feel free to wave your hand and jump in if you feel we're talking about a metric that needs some commentary or some adjustment. Councillor Rahman has suggested that we add this metric. Is there any objections or comments to this, adding this metric? Councillor Trosal.
Sometimes the planning process takes little twists that can't be anticipated at the beginning. And it often takes the form of something being sent back to staff, or there might be some issue in something that was needed for a building permit. Are there instances where building permits are not issued and it's either due to the conduct of the owner or there are other extenuating circumstances?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so maybe just a little bit of context and I'll answer that question. So an off-the-clock building permit is a permit that is no longer needs to be weighed against the provincial requirements. And the reason for that is that there's been a comment that's gone back from the city that needs to be addressed, and then the permit comes back to the city after that point. So there will never be 0 off-the-clock permits because there is always going to be some back and forth between builders and the city. However, if the concern is that we have an abundance of those permits, then on both sides, whether it's the city improving our ability to review it, make sure we be very pointed with our review, or from a quality perspective, from the submissions that we receive, I think this could be something that could help us to balance those two and ensure that we have an appropriate amount of off the clock permits.
Councillor Trosal.
My concern is similar to, well, I'll stick with this one. I just think that this can be thrown in our face, and it could be used in a litigation position that is not conducive to our interest. I don't think your staff sits there saying, gee, let's figure out how we can really not do this within the timeline. Let's see if we could stall this a little bit. Or let's see if we could just sort of not comply with the clock. I don't think you do that. And I think it's often the case that it's circumstances beyond your control. And I just don't want to start setting up metrics that are going to come back and bite us. Am I totally off here, or is there something to it?
Mr. Mathers.
Absolutely, you're not totally off there. I would suggest we do have some improvement. We have some improving to do. This isn't something that historically we have monitored in the past. We've just recently started to monitor this, and we found that there are some permits that are outstanding for long periods just because of inaction on both sides. And so there could be some value in actually just monitoring that, whether it's a council metric, that's up for council to decide. But I think we have some improvement to do. However, I do take those points as well.
Did in different language? Because I really don't like percentage of off-the-clock building permits. I don't like what it implies.
Perhaps I have a comment that might help. I know that in our, in the committees we've set up, we have committees that are kind of directed towards joint accountability. In some cases, there are things that will be on the city. In some cases, there are things that will be on other members, whether it's the development community or our consultants in the process. And I wonder if perhaps part of the easing of the councillor's mind could be in the way that this is implemented and where it lands. If it lands with us and reported to us, but there's a mechanism for this to also be reviewed under some sort of joint accountability to say, you know, there's this areas that the city can improve, but there's this areas where it's not really the city's fault. Perhaps that, you know, from an implementation standpoint, could alleviate some of the concerns. And I know that that's not what we're talking about here, but I would just add that context that I think there are other things that there might be some joint accountability on and not just on us, that if from an implementation perspective, if we land it in the right way, we might be able to alleviate some of those concerns. But I have Councillor Rahman, who moved it, who had her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. You kind of said some of the things I was looking to say as well, so that's great. Yeah, I think that there's an opportunity, as Mr. Mathers stated, to look at some improvements, and I think those are shared improvements. And so having this metric, I know from the discussion with the Home Builders Association, it was very helpful to have that dialogue and then talk through, well, how do we improve things based on having that shared metric? So I think this adds value in that sense, that we are measuring it, we are bringing it to the table for discussion, and that we're holding ourselves and others accountable through it.
Councillor Trousseau, and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Could it say number of unjustified off-the-clock building permits or building permits unless there's some reason? I'm serious because I do think this is going to be thrown in our face.
No, through the chair. So I think as a baseline metric, like this probably captures the conversation we need to have, which is whether the accountability and ensuring that we don't have long duration of off-the-clock permits. If you have a permit that's off the clock for 3 years, then there's something on both sides that's not accurate, not happening, right? So it could also be beyond a certain period of time. However, that again, it will still be that shared accountability piece, because if you're the person who submitted it, there's an obligation for you to come back to us as well. So either way, we do have to, as part of our groups that we're meeting with, the customer service and process improvement group, we will be diving into even more detail on this piece, but as a high-level council metric, it may be appropriate.
Councillor Trousseau, then I've got a couple others on the speaker's list.
Are there situations where the developer sits on the process and doesn't go in and get a permit as quickly as they could because they think it's going to become more valuable or tradable?
So through the chair, so anything that's on off the clock would be a permit that at any time after 6 months, the city could actually cancel. So that's an opportunity that we have. We don't always automatically go to that if it's something that we are going back and forth on. So it is within our hands to ensure that we can cancel a permit and that we do have that ability. So it's unlikely that during the permitting process that would happen. It could happen earlier on in the planning process, however, but I wouldn't want to conjecture on that.
Okay. I think I have Deputy Mayor Lewis, Councillor Hopkins so far.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm supportive of including this metric because I know from meeting with Mr. Mathers and his team, as well as with the home builders, that there are back and forths happening between both sides, that off the clocks are not necessarily reflective of city staff either, that there are conditions on both sides that lead to these. I think they also highlight the opportunities for process improvements. And that's, to me, why this metric has an overall value. If we see, a percentage that is fairly steady all the time versus are we seeing significant variations from year to year? Why is that? It really opens up the door for a deeper dive into where process improvements, as well as, in some cases, it may identify that we have a staffing issue, that we don't have sufficient resources reviewing and processing these in a manner that meets the clock time too. So there's a number of factors that can go into them. Through you, Chair, I wonder if in terms of annual reporting that we get on strategic plan updates, and through you to Mr. Mathers, do you envision your department perhaps providing a detailed report, whether through PEC or through an annual strat plan update, that would be providing a breakdown of this percentage into its component parts as well?
Through the chair, absolutely. Currently, we have a series of different reports that kind of handle building, planning, growth management strategy reports. Through our Housing Supply Committee, we're looking at a way to be able to come back to council in a more comprehensive way that's mindful of all those elements and ensure that it's timely. So part of that discussion is what are the metrics we're going to be reporting and what are the things that would actually be helpful to on both sides as far as understanding what's going on as part of our process and the housing supply in general in London. So absolutely, that would be something that we would break down and provide further details as far as that reporting.
So that only makes me more comfortable with it because it leaves it in our staff's hands to provide a more detailed breakdown. If it's 20%, but the breakdown provides it's 5% in this category and 8% in another category, and the remaining 7% is in a third category, that I leave it in our staff's hands to determine how those categories can be broken down into a more meaningful tool, but I think having it there as the high-level metric is a good one to include.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate staff's comments on this one. We already have to do it. I like the idea that the reports will be coming back to, be it the planning committee or council. It would be good to have the metrics. I also hear the concerns of the councillor, though, and I'm just wondering if, I heard shared accountability, if that could be put in, would the councillor be a little bit more comfortable? Because, quickly looking at it, the onus seems to be on the city, and of course, it is a city's responsibility, but if putting shared accountability of off-the-clock building permits gives it a more of a...
So, Councillor, I know we said that, but this is like, none of the metrics are formatted that way. Like, these are the actual metrics.
For the city.
I think in the implementation piece and the implementation plan, I think we could articulate, essentially, we have a metric, what do we do with it? And that's where the shared accountability piece, I think, could come in, rather than try to build it into the metric, because all these metrics are built as, this is the thing we're going to collect data on without really commentary on it. So I think that is a good comment, I think, and Mr. Mather's comments sound to me like the implementation piece that puts everybody in a good spot on that shared accountability piece, but maybe not adjusting the metric, because it would be an oddly worded metric if we added that piece in, given the metric actually is the off-the-clock building permits.
Yeah, so I'm kind of caught on this one a little bit. I think there's a way we can sort of...
What if
we have to do it already, and the reporting back to us is important. So, and the metric has to be with us. So I'm not sure how we can change it a bit.
If I could ask our staff, and I really don't want to go back to the outcomes too much, but under 3.2, where it says the City of London supports faster, streamlined approvals and increasing the supply of housing with a focus on achieving our intensification targets, there's a way we could say, the City of London supports a system of shared accountability to and strives for faster, like, you know what I mean? Like, if there a way for us to build it in at another level that accounts for this, maybe I'll go to the city manager.
Your Worship, Council already has done that. With the approval of the Housing Supply and Affordability Framework and the series of tables that Mr. Mathers is leading to address the 47,000 pledge and the 3,000 affordable housing units, I would suggest that Council has already very directly addressed the shared accountability component. This measure is for us. And directly tied to a faster approval process. I think in the implementation, as Mr. Mathers has highlighted, this is a conversation with the industry about how we work together to make that happen. But it is a metric that we need to report on and that we count. So that would be my suggestion, assuming Mr. Mathers is good. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, then I might suggest this is the way it needs to be worded. So, you know, if you're uncomfortable with it, we could have a yes or no vote, but you've heard a lot about how it's going to be handled by our staff, and I hope that gives you the comfort level that you need to support the addition of the metric. Is there anybody who objects to the metric as it's worded this way? Councillor Trossau? Oh, you want to vote on it?
Well, no, because I think, well, when you say as it is in C right now?
As it is in C. That's the way, what we're going to decide on.
If there were a vote, I would vote no on it, but if it's just me, I'm just not going to force the issue. Okay. But maybe it's not just me. I don't know.
Do others want to vote against this? Do you want? I see it as just you, so we can note your concern with it, and we'll add it in, and we'll move on to the next part. Councillor Rahman, I don't know if you had any others.
Thank you. The next one's in transportation, and it relates to 1.3, but it could also relate to everyone. So I'm just going to throw it out there, but percent of growth in service hours, or how we want to capture that percent of service hour growth. I'm trying to highlight the fact that we're trying to increase the service hours based on what the requests have been around paratransit changes. And so this came through discussion and then went to LTC for consideration as well about what the metric could be.
Okay, I'm looking for comments or thoughts on this piece. Councillor Trossau.
Yeah, I support that, except I would say growth in service hours and capacity, because one of the things we talked about was increasing the capacity for paratransit.
Okay. I think this is one where I might want to hear from our staff. It sounds to me like a metric that we would need the LTC to track, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This would be LTCs to track, and I think it is certainly measurable, so they simply have to track how they proceed with it.
All right, any concerns about adding this in? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
That's all, thanks.
That's wonderful. Good additions, thank you. I'll look to others who are looking to make changes to any of the metrics. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. With all the changes we made in terms of the housing and homeless section, I would like to see a metric, and I'll look to staff to see whether this is possible or not. But in terms of number of bylaw enforcement actions, and broken down by code infraction type and property management, because I'd like to see the stats in terms of who are the worst violators and what the code infractions are.
The city manager.
Your Worship, I would like to hear from Mr. Mathers, but I would just note that sounds like a significant number of metrics to be in this report. So if council is looking for a report on what that looks like, that is maybe different than looking for a metric to be in the strategic plan. That sounds like several different metrics that would unfold if we're doing it by infraction, by type.
Mr. Mathers.
through the chair. So similar to some of the other metrics that we have, if it was just like a total number of bylaw enforcements that, or compliance items, then that's something we could start with, and then we can dive into that from there if it was a different test style of reporting. So as Ms. Livingston mentioned, that would be probably one approach for it.
Yes, it sounds to me like there might be a global metric and then perhaps a report through the committee on a annual or biannual basis or something that makes sense that could break down the detail of that from time to time. I don't know if we need to add the metric in or if the report is fine. I want to go back to Councillor McAllister to see what he thinks.
I mean, I would like to see in this draft, but I just think it's a missing metric. I find it, I don't know, I'm not speaking for council in general. People can make their own comments, but I would like to see more metrics in terms of bylaw. You know, the infractions that are occurring and who the worst offenders are, because I do think that will inform our decision-making and our success in terms of enforcement of bylaw.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
So a couple cautions here to share with colleagues. First of all, there are privacy aspects to this. You will not know who the worst actors are because staff, my understanding is staff would not be able to provide us reports that indicated addresses of infractions, let alone property owners. So that would be a concern of mine right there. And also the fact that, you know, as we're always reminded by Mr. Katolik, we have to maintain an arm's length from bylaw enforcement active operations. You may not necessarily see things reflected in a report that are out there. And I'm just going to share for example, in my first term, there was an ongoing file that was 3 years in the process. That would not have shown up while the file was active. So you're not going to capture active investigations in that either, as they aren't really able to share with us active investigations. So I would caution colleagues about getting too detailed in the weeds in terms of breakdowns on these enforcement measures, especially when you don't know if, oh, we had a fire code violation, a property standards code violation, and a building code violation. That seems like 3 occurrences. But if it's all at the same address and we don't know that, it actually creates a false sense of what the numbers actually are. So I'd really be cautious about trying to get too many detailed metrics out of bylaw enforcement actions.
Councillor Trossau.
I need to say something about privacy. Back in 2009, when our predecessor council passed the licensing bylaw, one of the main objections to it was that it violated the privacy of the landlords who had to file this information. That contention was squarely rejected by the courts in the decision that upheld our bylaw. So I want to be very cautious about, and I know privacy always goes out. This is something I was going to raise. I wasn't going to raise it here tonight, but I think the privacy issue is wrong. And at some point I want to get a more thorough understanding of it. Having said that, I really like the way, I should say something nice. I mean, I really like the way every month your division sends a report to City Council on the building department. And by the way, this is the one officer in your department who has statutory jurisdiction to do what they do. So if there's one department in your whole area that could say we don't want to provide this information because we're autonomous, it would be the building officer. I really think it would be useful to parallel that report that you're coming out with every month with a similar one, or maybe stagger it with code enforcement. And I don't think that the information that the councilor is asking for is unreasonable. I'm not sure how that gets written into this draft metrics, and I don't see it on the screen, but I do not share the concerns that this is going to sort of violate some private, I mean, you're in business. You're in business. We're not asking you about your, and not only are you in business, but it's typically, often, a numbered corporation.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I think it's also important to note that bylaw enforcement is not just against rental properties. So we are asking our staff to now start to differentiate between enforcement. So if a neighborhood complaint is made about somebody's front lawn maintenance, that's a property standards violation. It would be recorded as a property standards violation, but it's not going to indicate whether it was a landlord rental property or whether it is a home owned by a private homeowner. So I think it's really important to distinguish the difference between licensing and enforcement. Because I agree with Councillor in terms of the licensing, the privacy was not an issue. In terms of enforcement, and I'm happy through you, Chair, to ask our staff. And I know Mr. Katolik's not with us, but perhaps Mr. Mathers can provide us a little bit of context around privacy on enforcement issues.
I will do that. I just want to caution colleagues, I think we're moving away from a unit of metric in the strategic plan into a report that a council committee might like to see. And so the unit of metrics support us knowing whether we're achieving this strategic plan. A report to a council on a regular breakdown might be a more appropriate place for the information the councilor is looking at. So regardless of the answer, I just want to say we're in a strategic plan discussion. I'd like to see kind of unit of measure pieces in our measurements rather than like reports to council that might inform, you know, our decision-making from other perspectives. Mr. Mathers, I'll let you answer the Deputy Mayor's question, but I'd like just to get back to the issue of, you know, do we even need this in, or is this something that can be dealt with at committee as a report?
Through the chair, it is accurate that we don't share that information with councilors or the media or others. We definitely could share through a report categories of types of enforcement that we're doing. It wouldn't be by the owner or the address, but those are types of things that we could do. So if that's something the council would like to see, then that would be something that moving forward, we can move forward with.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. The reason why I wanted this metric added was with our previous discussion we had earlier in terms of being proactive with these blitzes and code enforcement. I thought that there was a missing metric there because really there's no way for us to evaluate the effectiveness of the enforcement and these blitzes. So that was my original intention, was to add in a metric that would
Right, and I think an appropriate unit of metric would just be the global number total. The report would be the breakdown.
Okay.
So if we want to add a global metric for that piece that we added about just the number of, I don't know what it was, enforcement actions. I can't remember. Mr. Mathers can correct me. And if you want to break down details on that report, that's a report to committee, which you can deal with separate from putting it in our strategic plan. Mr. Mathers, what should we call that metric if we were going to add it in?
Through the chair, I'd suggest enforcement actions.
Okay, and we need a home for it, and I believe the home you wanted to put was in that piece that we changed before, where we added about the enforcement of a number of things.
Yes, it was, sorry, and through you, it was D that we had added into the 1.1 about the blitzes and the code enforcement.
I'll go to the city manager.
So, Your Worship, the metrics are to be against the expected result. What change does council wish to see, and what is the unit of measure to see that change? So what we've tried to do is, because I understand it was related to that strategy, we've tried to move it to the expected result that strategy was associated with. That's why Mr. Steinberg has put it where he has. And I just want to be clear about that. The metrics are not at the strategy level. There's lots of work that will happen around those things. This is about measuring the change you are wanting to see through the expected result.
Okay, so maybe I'll go to Mr. Mathers, or anybody, the city manager, commentary on is this an appropriate measure that is tied to the thing, or tied to the, basically what you just said. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Your Worship, we are suggesting that because this is where the counselor was zeroing in on the activity, that's why that strategy is meant to try and deliver on the outcome and expected results, so that's why we're suggesting the metric go here.
Okay, so you see where we've suggested landing the metric, the global metric. Does anybody object to it being there? I see thumbs up from the person who suggested it. I don't see anybody objecting to it. Okay, so that's good. Do you have any other changes, Councillor McAllister? No. Okay, I have Councillor Lehman next.
Thank you, and while we're on housing, I believe technology plays an important role in achieving some of the goals that and areas of concern that have been identified. And I'd like to see a specific reference to that. So what I suggest is in 3.2 consideration of perhaps a Part D, that and this is not the wording, but it's kind of where I want to get to. Measuring how new technology is increasing the efficiency in terms of approval time, staffing hours, and transparency. I think staff are already doing some of these things, but when you introduce new technology, it's hard because you're keeping up with the day-to-day work, and it usually involves changing processes. And there is a tendency to kick it down the road, because you're just so busy. But if we have this in here, I think it will add impetus to staff to make the hard choices to really consider how technology can help us with our workload. I think the world's changing very fast. We have, internet is exploding, cloud processing is exploding. I think every day there's new opportunities to change the way we do things that will alleviate the pressures that we feel on the staffing front, and also let all parties know where things stand, and the end result is quicker turnaround at lower cost.
Thanks, Councillor. I wonder if I can get some commentary. Like the way you've described that, it almost sounds like a strategy where you're leveraging technology to assist with the what is 3.2, the supports faster streamlined approvals rather than a metric. And I don't know if what we really need is a strategy about the incorporation of technology rather than a metric that would essentially measure the change after that technology is incorporated. So I just want to try to land what the councillor's intent is in the right spot.
Your Worship, we're trying to find, we have, I believe in Well-Run City, a section on the use of technology to improve our services, and is that the case? So I think that we're capturing what you're intending. I know you mean it around housing and development approvals and all that kind of work, but I believe that's where we were locating our technology investments. So the question is there a metric around new technology innovations or something like that? I don't know.
I'll get some clarity from the councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I had wondered if it was, if technology was referred to in another part. However, I think we need to, in this case, explicitly tie it to, where am I at here? Planning and building permits, like that explicit tie-in, and whether it's done down in housing or back up in Well-Run City, I'm not particularly concerned about that.
I don't know if I'm still a little unclear on what the metric is. I have Councillor Rahman, but I'll come back to this. It's on this, right? Okay, go ahead.
Just trying to lend some help. So in outcome 3.1, where we talk about increasing the efficiency and consistency of planning and development processes, is there any way in that to include technology? In outcome 3, a well-planned and growing community 3.1, and then B. So are you, sorry, so if it read, increase the efficiency and consistency of planning and development processes through the use of technology or through the use of new technology?
I'll go to the city manager.
I think we have a suggestion. If you just give Ms. Wilcox a minute, she'll give Nick something to put up, and you can have a look that looks at the technology improvements. So this is similar to what was in another part of Well Run City that we've put specifically here, trying to get at the continuous improvement component. Perhaps it gives you something to work with.
Okay, Councillor DC with the language, maybe I'll go back to you.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. I think that we're explicitly including technology in that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so colleagues will see on the screen the addition of a D, which is the number of processes and practices implemented related to continuous improvement, including technology projects. Does anybody object to that addition? No? Okay. That's in. Councillor Lehman, anything else? No? Okay. Looking for, sorry, Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Sorry, and I'm not trying to backtrack. I just wanted, with the one I had suggested, and then I'll leave it there. We did have 2.4, and we did move it, but then we lost the metric for number of properties / rental units involved in the blitzes. Was that something that we could capture? Because that was on the original. Sorry, through you to the staff.
Yes, so the councillor is suggesting when we eliminated the one section and rolled into the other, the metric never got recaptured in the readjusted section. So we'll put it up there. I don't think anybody objects to just keeping the metric and putting it under the new section where we combine them. No? Okay, that's good. Good catch. Other changes to the metrics that colleagues would like to suggest? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm wondering in housing and homelessness 2.3, if we could add C, number of incident reports.
Thank you, and through the chair. That is information we do currently collect for shelters, so we can add. We call it serious occurrence incidents, but we can add that to the metric.
So would you like to call it serious occurrence incidents since that's what's being tracked, Councillor? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll call it as you say you measure it, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Pribble. Oh, sorry. On this. On this. Go ahead.
Actually, through the chair to the staff, is there anything else that you feel we could add to make improve safety in shelter systems? Is there some matrix that potentially we are missing that we could add to it?
Councillor, I will say the staff came up with all of these metrics based on the pieces that they have in there. So I think they probably added in the metrics that they felt was appropriate. We've made some suggestions. I'll go to Mr. Cooper to make any comments, but I think that's how staff came up with the metrics in the first place, so go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, my team and I did look at a number of the metrics that we could achieve and that we could count. And I think what we have in the report here accurately reflects what we can count.
Thanks. I was just wondering if there was anything additional you could add. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
I just have a couple, if that's okay.
Let me just make sure on the serious occurrence incident reports, nobody objects to that being in there? No? Okay, then go ahead.
And I wondered similarly in 2.2, if there was safety issues or some kind of metric that you're already tracking for in the social housing in terms of incidents?
Your worship, I believe that's LMCH. That would not be us.
Yeah, so that would be something that LMCH could and track or report on.
The other is under well-being and safety, 1.8C. I'm wondering if we should remove that one. It's already up in 1.3B. So unless that's intentionally in two places. It's in 1.8C and in 1.3B. And it seems more appropriate in 1.3B.
Go ahead.
Your worship, I appreciate that because we prefer to have metrics in only one place, so we're only reporting in one place. So wherever council would like it.
Okay, so can you show what it looks like in 1.3? So I think the councilor is suggesting that 1.3 is the more appropriate place in your opinion. Okay, does anybody disagree with it just staying in 1.3? No? Okay, well, so we'll leave it at 1.3. We'll take it out of the other part. Okay.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay, so then under economic growth, culture and prosperity, 3.1A, I just wondered, it said paid work opportunities, and I wondered if it needs to be paid maybe in order to track it, but otherwise, any kind of opportunity I thought would be a good metric.
I think that was specifically added in by us, that language specifically. So I don't think that's really a question for staff. That's a question for us. That's how we specifically added that metric in.
Okay, thank you for the clarity there. I won't revisit that if we've already done it then. Under 4.1C, I note that staff made a note that this mechanism was difficult to track. And I wondered if possibly the BIAs could report out, and instead of net gain loss of business, we could add in downtown and Old East. So that's 4.1C.
So I'm not sure that addition helps with the challenge of tracking because there's a note there. So
May not, it was just a suggestion of a way to keep it in potentially if we don't have the metrics, if we could get it there, but if not, that's fine.
I'll just get some staff comment. I don't know if that helps or not, but it seems like what we need to consider is, do we even try to get that? There's a couple of these in here that I want to visit after councilors have made changes, although because this one's been raised, let's deal with it now. Of notes where staff have said, like, suggested a removal of a metric or said, this is going to be very difficult to track, that we have to consider removing. I want a comment from staff on whether or not the addition helps, or is it the same, the note remains the same given that change?
Through the chair, it remains the same. So if we want to geographically parse that out, that would be the same as what's been requested previously.
Councilor Ferreira.
And thank you through the chair. Just want to get some clarification from staff as well. If we were to put in downtown and Old East Village specifically, would that preclude any other neighborhood organizations or any type of other organizations within the core area?
Through the chair, we'd be happy to whatever kind of discretion that's requested. If we were going to do it for the core area, for example, and we're collecting that data, we could likely parse that out to a downtown, midtown, Old East Village piece if we ask for that as part of the whatever would take to undertake this, which would likely be a consulting style of work to be able to reach this metrics results.
Councilor Ferreira.
And thanks, and through the chair. Just because I do see it is supposed to be activity from our core area, so I was just wondering if Councillor Stevenson would consider maybe net gain losses of businesses within the core area rather than downtown Old East, or maybe just so we don't narrow our sights and kind of forget about any other organizations that might be involved.
Before we get to that, I think the councillor makes a good point about the outcome is London's core area and defines it geographically. So I'm not sure that it's even relevant to say in downtown Old East, because it's nice to have theme music saying thank you, Councillor Lehman. So maybe we just keep this part out because it's already reflective of where it is. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just to be clear, I was only trying to make it easier to access the data, no other reason. You know what I mean? I was only, so it was only to avoid consultants and that, to see if could we just collect the data from the 2 BIAs. I only left Midtown out because they don't currently have a BIA. So this was not a make work project. This was me trying to make it easier. And if it doesn't, that's fine.
So it sounds to me like the councillor's intent, Councillor Ferreira, was to utilize the BIAs to try to make this easier, which I'm not sure I caught the first time we went through it. So I don't know, could I go back to Mr. Mathers about if the metric was, instead of a consultant, utilizing the BIAs and reporting on that, what would that look like?
Through the chair, that could be an option. I would want to consult with the BIAs to see if they have that type of information available, but we can definitely work with them to see if that might be an option.
Okay, I want to go to others who had their hand up. I'll go to Councillor Pribble next.
So the chair, to the staff, Downtown BIA actually does this on a regular basis in terms of the businesses lost and gained. So I think certainly Downtown BIA would be able to do that. And again, number of businesses, it has nothing to do with its revenues or number of employees. Personally, I would love to see it, even though it says here Downtown, Midtown, Old East Village, in 3 separate, because again, it could be that one area is doing much better than the other, but in the cluster of the 3, we would lose important information. So actually, I would love to see it in 3 separate areas.
City Manager.
Your Worship, happy to do whatever council would like. I just want to reiterate, we do not collect this data currently. We need to assess how we would collect it in all 3 areas in a consistent way that could be reported back. That will likely have a financial and staffing impact, so we will report back to council on what that looks like prior to undertaking actually collecting the data, so everybody's clear about it. Even if we can access it from different folks, we need to look at it. You're asking us to own it, so I just want to be very clear about that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. And picking up where Councillor Pribble left off, I know that the Argyle BIA reports to its board members annually on net gains and losses. I would suggest that we delete the metric from the strategic plan. As Ms. Livingston has highlighted, it still becomes our staff's to own if it's in the strategic plan. I think what the councillors are seeking could be requested through their BIAs. I know in Argyle it's reported annually. I'm sure that the other BIAs have similar mechanisms, so I would suggest that the councillors for those areas seek that information directly from their BIAs and delete this from the strategic plan.
Okay, there's a suggestion to delete it. Councillor Trossau?
I think one way or another, getting data about commercial vacancies is very important. A number of people have made the point that we need to get a handle on how many commercial vacancies we have. We get different reports about what the vacancy rate is downtown. And one way we could get that, now we don't collect the data, but one way we could get it is we do collect the data and we do it through a registration process. Now, my worry is if we come back in a year as a council and say we want to enact a bylaw that creates a registration process for getting this data, are we going to be told it's not supported in the master plan, or are there other general enough statements in here that we could do that and then start collecting the data? And by the way, I would raise the exact same point for residential vacancies.
So I think you're talking not in section C, but we have a percentage of core area residential vacancy rate where there's a note on 4.2, and then 4.3 has one that's in there for core area commercial vacancy rate. So I hear what you're saying on those. I think we could discuss those. I'm unclear on the relation to the metric that's being suggested to be deleted, which is just the net gain or loss of businesses.
Well, the only reason I'm raising this is I'm troubled when I see that we're not collecting this data, because we could be collecting this data. And we could be collecting the data not through a BIA, not through a consultant survey, but directly from the property owners if we so chose to do that.
Yes, I think that's correct. That's what the notes say, is that we could collect the data. There would be a business case based on additional costs and that we would consider before actually collecting the data. So that's absolutely true. The councillor is suggesting we delete C, which is what I'll entertain the discussion on now. So first off, I'll ask if anybody objects to deleting C. So you object? Go ahead.
I do object. I would like to replace it because if I look at the matrix in A and B, it's really only on the plus side. But again, those matrix could be misleading because we see additional 5, 8, 10. But where do we see matrix if we have actually a loss of existing ones, right? So it's not that the net gain loss would have to be stated in those words, but in my eyes, we could be misleading, based on A and B matrix, it could be misleading that we are doing great because we have additional 8, additional 10, additional 12, but in the meantime, we lost 20, 30. So I don't know if staff has any recommendation, but I wanted to us have a fair picture of how the businesses are doing in these areas.
Yeah, so in this one, staff aren't recommending that this one be removed. They are in a different one. In this one, they're saying it's not currently, they don't have a current mechanism to collect the data. They could, there's a cost to it, and they develop a business case. The councillor, our deputy mayor, is suggesting, let's just delete this. So if you don't want to delete it, we'll have a vote. And if you want to delete it, you can vote yes. And if you don't, you can vote no. We'll have a little bit more discussion, but I just want to be clear about the staff is not recommending anything here. They're just providing commentary on what it might take to actually achieve this. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. And again, I will actually pick up where Councillor Pribble left off. I think that we could lose 5 businesses, for example, but we might gain one business that's much larger and is employing 50 more people. And that would show as a net loss, but for the vibrancy of the core, it would still be a gain. So I think we have to be careful about putting too much weight on any one metric's value in isolation, because they all contribute overall to the health and vibrancy of the core, or any neighborhood in the city for that matter. And I appreciate Councillor Trussow's suggestion that we could collect more data. We could always collect more data. But there is a cost to those things. And I would just remind folks, and I think it was Councillor Lehman the last time we were in this process, when we had the scope of costing figures, that I think he calculated the low end was to be something like $80 million in new spending. So I want to highlight right now for people, because I really think it's important as we're adding and subtracting and making some changes here. We are not doing everything that's in the strategic plan. Budget time is going to come, and we are going to make decisions that some things are not going to be funded. And I started the entire strategic plan discussion almost 2 months ago now, when I said I didn't want to start putting false expectations in front of people by putting more in the strategic plan than we were ever going to be able to deliver on. So as we're having the discussions around these metrics, I think it's very important that each of us keep in mind that there is a cost associated to these, and we are not going to fund them all. So if we realistically look at these and say, we are not going to spend money to collect data. If we don't have a mechanism to do it, we're not going to create a new mechanism to do it and spend the funds and the staff time and energy and their salaries, by the way, to do that. Then let's take it out now so that the reporting mechanism is focused on the things we are going to do. So I would suggest that this one and you know, there are a couple of others in here that can come out because we don't have good ways of measuring them. So I hope you'll keep that in mind on this one and on some of the other metrics we'll be discussing through the evening.
Okay, so Councillor Lewis, I'll leave you on the other ones you want to take out. That's a great thing to put up your hand after we're done and say, I want to remove some stuff. I have Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Lehman and then Councillor Pribble. And again, we can vote on this, but if you've kind of made up your mind, we can move to that decision-making process. And if you need debate, we can have that, but I'll go to the councillors first.
And thank you, and through you. I do feel like this is an important metric that we should have. But hearing what Deputy Mayor Lewis just said, and I know this is probably not the direction that you're going, but yeah, it's one metric, and this one metric doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, actually paint the whole picture, agreeing with what you said. And on top of that, I would say, you know, like we could have this metric show us positive numbers, but we could have a frequency that's continuing going through. We could have a business come in, it fails, another one comes into the same spot, it goes through again. And I feel like the frequency should be something that we should look at as well, which adds another metric, which is, I know is an issue if we're kind of considering cost and everything else. So that was just something that I would like to push in there. But at the same time, if the BIAs, I know not every organization here is a BIA, but if the BIAs did give us that information, is there any way we could keep that metric and maybe lean on the BIAs to just provide us that in their areas? Just a suggestion.
Your worship, I absolutely understand the suggestions to access the data as easily as we can. So happy to do that. We're asked to do it for the Corps, so we'll need to take a look at what they collect. Do they do it consistently? That's all the note is trying to suggest. We don't collect it currently. We need to create a way to do it. That's what it suggests, and that might cost staff time or money. That's all we're trying to say, so it's eyes wide open.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
So like, you know, I'm not into spending money on collecting data that's already being collected by some other type of organization. I feel like that would just not be very fiscally responsible. But at the same time, like I do think that the information is good information that we should have. So if there is a way to just have that BIA information get passed on to us and, you know, cut costs in that area, that would be something that I would just like to explore, maybe even, you know, discuss.
Sorry, I missed the end of what you said. I apologize.
I'm just seeing if we can get maybe some discussion on the possibility of still keeping that metric in there and collecting that data, but maybe collecting that data from the BIAs, the two BIAs that we actually have that would be able to provide us that. From what I believe, Old East Village also provides that information as well.
I'm going to go through the speakers list, but we hear your comment. Councillor Lehman, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I've got issues with this one as well. Business is so generic. I mean, if it's, we want to measure the health of our retail sector, that's simply done by walking around and seeing how many empty storefronts we have. Net gain and loss of even that will tell you churn. You know, if we lose 25 storefronts or stores go out, 25 new ones come in, you measure churn. I think for myself, I get a pretty good indication of an area just walking around and seeing how many boarded up windows we have. Then the other side of you know, economic activity is how many people are employed and working downtown. And I'm not too sure how you would measure that. You know, as Councillor Lewis alluded to, you could have 5 stores close up shop with a loss of, you know, 12 people, or you could have a floor in the old Bell building that employs, you know, 200 people, and that's counted as one business. I am really concerned when I hear adding more red tape to businesses to provide us with this type of data. If anything, we should encourage new business activity. If one more thing from City Hall that they have to do to discourage that, I don't think is helpful at all. Operates at cross purposes to increasing economic activity. So at the end of the day, yeah, I think this is one that I will look at removing.
Councillor Prebble.
I was just going to add, so again, there's not the final version. If we can direct the staff to connect with the BIAs and during the next report, give us a, update us if they feel that there is any valuable information potentially easily, inexpensively through the BIA? Or do we really have to make a final decision now that it's completely out?
I would say all of the BIAs come before council at the time of the submission of their budgets. They come before the Corporate Services Committee. So there is an actual formal engagement that we can have between the BIAs and others on the data we'd like to see them collect, the operations they're doing, that sort of discussion. I know our staff can obviously reach out and get the data for those who are already collecting it, but if council also wants to engage directly with the BIAs, there is an existing mechanism for them to come before us and do that. So this has been suggested to be removed. I know Councillor Ferreira had some thoughts on getting the information from the BIA. I think I want to proceed with the desire of some to remove it, and if it's removed, that doesn't preclude us from then getting information from the BIA in some other way. This is about which metric we're going to have in this piece of our strategic plan that our staff are going to report to us on, with the note from staff about what it would take for them to pursue this. So if there's no other discussion, I'm going to, so I'll just be cautious about the motion. The motion that Deputy Mayor Lewis is moving is to remove this. So a yes removes it, and a no keeps it. So
in the motion, could you say what this is?
in the motion, it will be removing 4.1C, that metric, just taking it out as a metric that we track. Just that one. Councillor Ferreira.
Thanks, and through you. Like, the way I see it is if we do get this information from our BIAs, I guess the core area wouldn't be covered by all the BIAs, but if we were to get this information from that, I would be okay with removing that, because I do see that that information will not be lost. So if that would save us on a vote, because if I'd be the only one that it's opposing, then I'm good to remove it, and you can save the vote.
Does anybody else oppose removing this? Do we need to have a vote, or can we take it out? Does anybody oppose removing this aside from Councillor Ferreira? No, you don't?
I was going to oppose, but again, two against the rest, so we don't have to vote.
Thank you for saving us some time. We'll take it out, because it seems like there's just two who want to keep it. Oh, so there's just one now. Councillor Prebble also was going to say he was objecting, but he's doing the same as you. He says he sounds like there's just two, so he's saving us the vote just as you are. So we'll remove it. Okay, it's removed. Okay, I think, I don't know where I was on that, so I'll see, who am I with? Councillor Lehman, was that you? No, okay. I'm gonna go back to general, whoever wants to go next. Deputy Mayor Lewis, you wanted to remove some stuff. Do you want to do that now, or?
I have also lost track of where I was in my highlighted spreadsheet here, so you got to give me a minute.
Okay, I'll leave it with you. Are there any other general changes to the metrics that colleagues would like to make, knowing that Councillor Lewis wants to raise a couple of deletions? I am hoping you deal with most of the staff notes. I want to deal with any outstanding staff notes that we need to act on too, if you don't hit them all. Okay, there's a request to go through the ones with staff notes, so maybe start at the start and just hit the ones with staff notes, and we'll just have a quick discussion about them. Okay, so the first one we have is in 2.1C, percentage of community members and organizations serving equity denied groups that feel their interactions with the municipality are inclusive. They recommend revised wording in place of this metric to provide, so you can see what it says there, and the suggested change. So I guess my question is, does anybody object to the change as staff have suggested it? To provide clarity and intent of the proposed addition. Hold on, I'm not reading that right. Sorry, can you just present what you're suggesting here for me?
Yes, through you.
What we're suggesting here is that this data is not currently tracked. And to be able to do the amount of data collection that would be required for us to actually gauge whether equity denied groups are feeling like their interactions are more inclusive, we would need to figure out a way to do that in terms of finding a vendor that could support that level of engagement and measure it across time, like not just once, not a snapshot, but over a course of significant time. What we know from other municipalities who are taking this approach are looking at like a 10-year sort of investment in terms of having ongoing data coming in. Don't know what that looks like, but certainly want to flag that there would be a cost because we don't do this currently. It's a great measure to have, but it would absolutely need an investment.
So it's currently in. If anybody would like to make a change or take it out, now would be the time to suggest that, and noting that if we leave it in, we're going to have to get a little bit of information on how we would appropriately track this. It may lead to an actual business case in the multi-year budget. Would anybody like to take it out? Nope, okay. Seems like we're okay with getting that information. If you could go to the next one, and maybe if I could just have staff just note what their comments are and any commentary you want to add before we discuss it. So the next one is 3.2C. So my understanding, and maybe you can present this, is that you just want different wording because we collect the data with the revised wording, but the current way it's worded, it might not be something that we currently collect, but we could get a very similar measure or a more appropriate metric for supporting that outcome.
Yes, through you again. That is correct because the current, the proposed statement of % of respondents indicating satisfaction, how they feel included in the system that is the municipality, is not language that we use as we are even currently collecting data on employees' sense of inclusion and belonging. So just really looking for that to be consistent so that we can measure, as we are right now measuring that, be able to consistently measure that as we go forward.
Okay, so does anybody object to the new staff wording? Nope, okay, so happy to take your advice and thank you for that. Number of community garden plots. So that's a new recommended wording. Not measuring by hectare. Okay, so I don't know if there's any commentary on this, Ms. Smith?
Thank you, and through the chair, in conversation with my team, we felt this was a more appropriate measure, as sometimes we adjust the number of plots in a garden, the size of the plots, and it better represents across neighborhoods instead of a gross hectare, the number of plots, which then equals the number of participants and individuals we have gardening in each neighborhood.
Okay, does anybody object to the new staff wording as it's defined there? And I'll just remind everybody, we asked the staff to do this. We said, come back, we made some metrics, give us some really open about suggested wording that might actually achieve the result that we're looking for. So I don't see any objections to the new wording, so we'll keep your new wording, thank you. Okay, this looks like a Mr. Mather's section, I think. Why don't you talk to us about the first one, the percentage of core area residential vacancy rate?
Through the chair, the information that we have available is from CMHC that actually speaks to the rental piece of it. So they don't have complete information that's statistically relevant for the apartments, for all styles of apartments. So that's why we've suggested the removal of this piece.
So this is a recommendation by staff to remove this piece for the reasons Mr. Mathers suggested. I'll first ask, does anybody object to removing this metric? Councilor Trosa does? Okay. So
just let me say, my objection to removing it is I want to make sure it's without prejudice to us starting to collect the data should we decide we want to go that route in a new bylaw.
I don't see any permanency to this. It's just not going to be included in this iteration of the strategic plan, but I'll let Mr. Mathers comment.
Through the chair, if council decides to remove it, then we won't be tracking it. But if there's a future direction from council to come up with some other kind of tracking measure, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay. All right. So I don't think is there any objections to removing it then? Okay. So we'll remove that. Is the next one you too, Mr. Mathers, square foot of commercial occupancy versus vacant?
Through the chair, that is something, as mentioned previously, one of the other items that we don't currently track, and there would have to be some mechanism that would have some resources associated with be able to track that measure.
Okay, so we could do this, but we aren't sure of the cost or the process, so I'd look to see if anybody would like to remove it. It's in there now, so it'd be, if you want to remove it. You can provide some commentary, Councillor Pribble, but it's in now, so go ahead. No?
If it's in now, it's okay. I just had a question. Actually, do you know what? I do have a question through the chair to the staff, to Mr. Mathers. Is this, I know we currently don't track it, the commercial space, but about 10, 12 years ago, we used to do that. And we used to get there used to be data to collect this. And I don't know if it was before your times or if it's, I don't know if what kind of a mechanism was there, but there was this information, I would say 10, 12 years ago.
Through the chair, so through our core area vacancy study, we're collecting this style of information. It's just if you want, and we have a consultant to basically show you a snapshot in time. What we don't have is the resources currently to maintain that data set over the life of the strategic plan.
Okay, so I'm gonna look to, it's in there now. I'll look for anybody, if you wanna remove it, now's the time to suggest that. We can have a decision and even a vote on it. If you wanna keep it in and see what it would look like to gather that, then you leave it in, knowing that we might have to fund that through the multi-year budget. Councillor Trosak.
Once again, I don't think having something in the strategic plan commits us to funding it. It's just a marker that this is something we might like to have. And I think data about residential or commercial vacancy rates is very important right now, given some of the problems that we're having with the core. And we know that in the terms of residential, that's not something that that's something we need to take very seriously. Because if and the same thing with commercial. So I'm talking about 4.2 and 4.3. If these numbers are not to our liking, that is a signal to us that the market is not working and we need to intervene with stronger police power measures and stronger regulations. So I'm really hesitant to remove any of this data, regardless of where it comes from, because it's policy relevant information that is crucial to invigorating the downtown. And I don't see the harm in keeping it, because once again, we're not funding anything here yet.
Correct, yes. That's what it says is that it may result in a business case, in the multi-year budget. And if we chose not to fund that business case, we would not track the metric. Councillor Ferreira.
And thank you, and through the chair. So we've already cut out a couple of other key indicators of metrics for the core area. So I would be greatly opposed to cutting anything else out, because we do need some type of measure, even if we don't necessarily, like any type of measure we have here, we could use that to apply for any other ideas we can't foresee now in the future. So I'm just very hesitant to cut anything more out. So I do, just after losing the net gain loss of businesses and the percent of core area residential vacancy rate, I would like to keep that. So if we could just keep that metric and keep the rest of the metrics, just don't cut anything else for downtown, just because, like Councillor Trussell just said, the downtown is suffering a lot, and we need to keep our finger very close to the pulse of the downtown, and these metrics will help us do that.
Okay. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the staff, just recognizing with 4.3A in terms of having the metric of percent core area commercial vacancy rate, I'm just looking in terms of the other councillors who have maybe more information on this. What further information do you want to gather from this? Is A insufficient and that's why you want to keep B, or would A satisfy some of the information, keeping in mind that Mr. Mather said that, you know, in the future, there could be things you could request. But is there something explicit about B that is really speaking to the folks who want to keep it?
Yes, that's a general question for colleagues, not Mr. Mathers. So A is going to measure the core area commercial vacancy rate. We can do that. It's B, the specific item on square footage of commercial space occupied versus vacant ground floor and upper floor. That granular level of data, which Mr. Mather's note refers to, we're not contemplating removing A. So, Councillor McAllister, sounds like you're willing to have a discussion about removing B, but you're looking for some feedback from colleagues about why they want to keep B and why A isn't sufficient. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, through the chair. Hopefully I can answer this question as best as I can. But when it comes to the conversion, or like the commercial, the idea of converting commercial to residential in the downtown, you know, we have these buildings that are originally built, purposely built for commercial, and they're like 8,000 square feet buildings. And with residential, you need to have windows for residential. So to bring in some type of affordable residential unit, I would assume it would be something like 1,000 or 2,000 square feet. And that would be, the way I kind of envision it, it would be closer to the walls of the building if you were to actually make that conversion, so you could actually utilize the windows to be legal, to be residential. So there would be these possibilities where we'd have these areas right in the middle of the building that could be still vacant or wouldn't necessarily be used for residential. So I feel like this metric may help us just kind of identify that or navigate through that. So that's why I'm kind of really weary on pulling this metric specifically away, because I see that as an issue that we're going to run into in the future. Hopefully that kind of clarifies things a little bit.
I have Councillor Trossau, then I'll come back to you, Councillor McAllister.
I think you and I are going, I think through the chair, I think Councillor Ferreira and I are going back and forth saying we really want to keep this metric. But I think in terms of the question of the difference between A and B, A is the commercial vacancy rate. That would go to the aggregate number of rental units. Those rental units have been determined by the renting agent, and we're looking at how many of those are occupied and not. B gives us much broader information that could go beyond that, and it would not be something that a commercial, say somebody owns a commercial space and they're trying to get around our reporting requirements. Not that anybody would do that, of course, but I think B gives us a certain amount of flexibility in terms of digging deeper into what's going on in those buildings. We need to know what's going on in those buildings, because right now, too many of them are sitting there vacant. And somebody talked about red tape before. I have to respond to that. We're not imposing another level of red tape on the poor applicant. We're telling some property owners who are purposely sitting on vacant units, vacant property, that they're going to be called on that, because it's an antisocial activity and it causes blight and disruption downtown. So this is not about adding another layer of red tape to anybody.
Okay, colleagues, in an effort to speed this up, no one has suggested removing it yet. Everybody's defending keeping it. You only really need to defend keeping it if someone wants to remove it. So I know Councillor McAllister did ask a question. I wanted people to respond to that, but just as we go through these, perhaps if you really want to keep it, wait till someone suggests removing it, and then you can make your stark defense of it. Mr. Mathers, go ahead.
Just to add some clarity, so A above focuses on the first floor. The second piece that you're asking for is going to give you information on the office piece of it, if that's, so just so that everyone's clear about the difference between the two.
Councillor McAllister, you had your hand up, then I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, and through the chair, from what I'm understanding then, and to Councillor Ferreira's point, this information is for conversion of commercial to residential. That's why you would like to see the upper levels. I'm just trying to understand the purpose behind, like, what are we using the metrics for in terms of our strat plan?
Councillor Ferreira.
I'm not saying it's for that purpose. I'm saying there's a possibility it could be used with that intent. I'm just worried to get rid of it because there is future uses that I see this would be useful for. If that helps.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
So first, Chair, through you, a question. I'm going to tie this back to actually comments made in your State of the City address, that we are already pursuing, our staff are already pursuing the potential for a commercial to residential conversion. I'll call it an incentive program. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet because staff haven't brought it before us, but that is being looked at through you. Can staff confirm that that's a process that's underway?
Mr. Mathers.
Yes, I can confirm that that's part of our community improvement plan review.
Okay, so I wanted to get that out there first because I think it's relevant to what Councillor Ferreira is saying, in that there's some value in incentivizing some commercial space conversions, and staff are working on that. I think perhaps the metric that we have in there should be removed. I would suggest that perhaps from what I hear, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councillor Ferreira, so please, if I'm off track, please let me know. But what might be more helpful is, instead of this metric, a metric under 4.2 that tracks the number of commercial to residential conversions, which I think when staff brings forward the plan, they will very easily be able to give us some numbers on how many uptakes there has been on a conversion plan. And I think that provides us with a better metric than something that we have no way to currently measure. So I'm wondering if that might be a more satisfactory metric to you than this one.
And thank you, through you. So with that metric, that would still give us, I would assume you would need the vacant space to make that metric, and you would, sorry, just say what suggested metric you were saying again, sorry?
Through the chair, I'm suggesting that perhaps what we're seeking is under 4.2, number of conversions from commercial to residential.
Okay, I got a number of people putting up their hand, including staff. I just want to say one thing, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Mathers. There is a difference between a metric in our strategic plan that we're going to measure on an ongoing basis for years, and a point-in-time study, which could be done to support a specific project or plan, which Mr. Mathers could do if deemed necessary in support of a residential conversion program. What we're talking about in the strategic plan is an ongoing assessment of a data point, but we certainly can do point-in-time assessments from time to time, as was mentioned before and has been done in the past, to get some data to support the development of a specific program. Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, something that would be quite easy to track would be the floor area converted from commercial to residential in the core area, because that's comes out of our building permit information.
So I think that sounds like what you want to add in D under the increased residential occupancy and livability of the core. Sorry.
Before you go, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Mathers is suggesting something more specific that he can track. The square footage of space, so not just units or just general conversion, but a more specific metric is what he's suggesting to what's been suggested to add to 4.2. I'm going to go back to the suggester of that addition, and we haven't actually got to deletion of B yet, but I think we're trying to think
And
about
that's
whether
where I'm
there's
trying to
alternatives.
go
ahead.
through you, Chair. Is I think 4.3B, and I'm going to move that 4.3B is removed because we don't have a mechanism to track it. As we've heard, there's an easy mechanism to track these conversions. I also want to caution colleagues about implying intent. And I understand that there may be some property holders who are not actively seeking to fill their properties. But I think there are some vacancies downtown where there are property owners who generally would be thrilled to have their properties full, but are really struggling given some of the current market conditions to attract tenants who want to locate. So I don't want to, I don't want us to get into a commentary about intent of property owners, whether they're holding it to be vacant deliberately or not, because I think that there's a mix of reasons why we have vacancies out there. So I just want to flag that caution. There are vacancies for many reasons. And some of them are driven purely by personal motivation, and some of them are driven by motivation of market forces that are beyond a potential property holder's control. So that's the other reason I think that a 4.2D is a more strong indicator of health than trying to come up with a measure under 4.3B that we don't have a way to clearly measure. And again, I'm going to come back to what I said before. When we get into may result in a business case in the multi-year budget, it's probably going to be something that has a fairly significant price tag to it to start collecting data that we have no way of collecting right now. So again, a caution that that metric may not stay if the business case isn't funded. So I think it's better to have one that we know we can track than one that we have no way of knowing we can track.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Trossau, and then I want to bring this to a conclusion if I can. And Councillor Cribble.
You're quite right. Through the chair, we might not keep it. And we might decide that we've done enough regulation and we don't want to burden property owners anymore. And you're quite right. There are a number of, there's a mix of reasons why people are not fully utilizing their property. I would like to know more about that mix. And I think and by the way, for your D, for floor area converted from commercial to residential is a fine metric, and I would definitely want to keep that in. But that doesn't mean you take B out. And in terms of this worry that B is going to be very important for us to fund, not if that cost of reporting is internalized back into the investment decision of holding property, which is a nice way of saying there might be a licensing fee, and there might be. And this is a debate that we're going to have. My guess is I'm getting the sense that that's going to be a very robust and controversial debate. And I don't think we need to resolve that tonight. But I do think we need to open up the opportunity to allow us to put some of these costs back on property owners, and we may want to do that. We may not want to do that. I don't see any downside in keeping 4.B unless we want to send a real clear signal to the business community that we're not going to be engaging in this type of inquiry, which I think would be a huge mistake.
Councillor Pribble, and then I'm going to go through the decisions on this.
Just actually agree with my fellow Councillor Trossau, because I do think it's important to show us that we do care about this, the commercial space. And actually the percentage of core area commercial vacancy rate, I still think that if you look at, you will need the 4B if you want to really have a accurate percentage core area commercial vacancy rate. You will need those indicators anyways. We added on ground level and upper floors because ground level is considered really, if not 100%, 99% or whatever, retail, and upper floor offices, educate, whatever it is. But that was the differentiation. I really am not going to vote to delete this. I do think this is important. And if I honestly start looking what we above, we are really looking at kind of the stuff that's always going to be positive, because we will never have a negative number, because we might be only +1 or +10, but we'll never be negative because we are not including those potential negatives. So I will be strongly against removing this part.
Okay, sounds like people have solidified their positions. So I'm going to make 4.2D really easy. I'm just going to see if anybody objects to adding that metric, which doesn't seem like anybody does. On 4.3B, the removal, I'm going to have a vote on the removal, and people can cast their vote however they feel based on the dialogue that we've had. So the motion will be moved by Deputy Mayor Lewis. You need a seconder for that, so I'll look for a seconder to remove. Councillor Cuddy is willing to second. The motion will be to remove this. So a yes vote removes it, a no vote keeps it. We'll open that for voting. On 4.3B, this is the removal of the removal of the thing you want to keep. So yes is to remove, no is to not remove.
Sorry, I didn't log in. I vote no. To removing that metric, yes.
The vote is to remove it. Yes removes it, no keeps it.
So I vote no, thank you.
No.
And the motion fails on a tie.
Well, that's exciting. So it stays because the motion was to remove and it failed. Okay? Councillor Trossau?
Did we vote on, I want to go back to the corresponding one for residents. Did we vote on removing, I'm sorry, I want to say this right, so I'm waiting. Did we vote on removing 4.2E? With respect to residential rental vacancies?
I think it was consensus. If you disagree with that, we can have a vote on it, but.
I don't think it was consensus, because I. The E,
There was an-
4.2E % core area residential rental vacancy rate, and I remember speaking to the fact, well, I would oppose removing that, so if I'm the only one, just note that.
Okay, does anybody else oppose removing that? I asked for consensus, someone missed their objection. Sounds to me like there's still support for removing it. So it's just Councillor Trossau objects to that? Okay, it's just you. So we're gonna skip the vote on that, we're gonna leave it out, noting your opposition to that.
Also noting that it's without prejudice to come back later with a new.
Yes, that's what happened, yes. So that's why, I think that's why we got consensus, because you were willing, you got confirmation that you could bring it up later. From Mr. Mathers. Okay, everybody can watch the replay tonight. Okay, so we're keeping B, that was a tie vote, so that failed, so it stays. We're on to the next note, which is on public transit that better meets the needs of our workforce. Could a staff member just comment on what is suggested here?
Through the chair, this, the original wording suggested by council was the % rider satisfaction with services to industrial areas. We checked with the LTC and they suggested that a better reflection in what they already collect is a % of rider satisfaction with alternative service delivery, which does primarily serve industrial areas.
Okay, so it's a wording change of the metric based on what LTC tracks, but essentially overlaps what we were going for. Yes, okay. So does anybody object to that wording change? No? Okay, that's fine. Any more? Go ahead.
Just as a point of clarification or order, whichever one you want to deem it as, Chair, we had a tie vote. It's been our practice to advise council if a council member has left the meeting. Since we had a 7-7 vote, somebody's no longer with us. I'm just wondering if you can advise us.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you.
Sorry, for clarity, Councillor Pelosa is no longer at the meeting right now. Okay, so are there any other notes in this? No more notes. Great. Okay, so we've dealt with all the notes. No more notes. Yeah. No passing of notes. Other changes, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. Under well-run city, outcome to experiencing good stewardship, exceptional and valued service, 2.1, residents, businesses, visitor satisfaction with our services is high. I guess I'm looking for staff for clarification on metric C, level of event experience satisfaction. Can staff tell me what events people are experiencing that we're measuring their satisfaction on?
We're on
this
well-run
is-
city, outcome 2.1, metric C, which says level of event experience satisfaction. The counselor is asking for clarification on what that really means.
Okay, and I see the city manager indicating tourism. I wonder if we might want to clarify that in the language to say level of tourism London related event experience satisfaction, just so we're clear on which metric we're measuring.
Tourism London does the measurement of that. That's the only way we collect it.
I want to give an example of an event last summer that people were really dissatisfied with, which wouldn't have been measured by Tourism London, but it was just based on, I'm not sure there was a survey, but it was Rock the Park. I mean, there was an exceptional amount of dissatisfaction with Rock the Park. Not so much because people didn't like the show, but it was about the water. And I don't think Tourism London was measuring it. So do we have to limit it to Tourism London measuring it?
Deputy Mayor Lewis, who sits on the tourism board, has a comment.
So again, and this is why I was asking for clarification on this, because we asked staff to own it. Well, we issue a special event permit for Rock the Park. It's not our event. Whereas the events, Tourism London is an agency of the municipality. They do their economic impact studies. I know for a fact that Ms. Finn and her team do exit surveys and things like that on the Briar and the Vanier Cup and those things. So we have measurables there. The reason I'm specifying Tourism London is because we are not going to ask the organizers of Rock the Park, and they would not, I would guess, willingly do exit surveys on satisfaction and things like that. So I think it's important that we stay focused on those events that are under the control of the municipality or its boards, agencies, and commissions.
I just want to note that the metric is measuring resident, business, and visitor satisfaction with our services is high. So we're talking about our services, not things that are run by others in this particular metric. So I think both councillors are suggesting things that are true, but we're actually developing a metric that is very specific to the 2.1 item. Councillor Trosau.
Well, I'm just going to say it's our park, and it wasn't our event, but it's our park, and nothing is going on in that. Nothing should be going on in that park that's contrary to our reading of human rights, which includes clean water. I don't want to open up the whole Rock the Park thing here tonight. That's a long discussion, but it is our park, so it is tied somewhat to a municipal service, and we can contract with Rock the Park all we like, but it's still our park. And if somebody dies of well, I'm not going to get into that liability question, but it's still our park.
Okay, so the suggestion's been made just to clarify what the actual metric is measuring and who's measuring it. I don't know if there's any objections to it being clear on how we're measuring this metric as it's currently defined. Okay, so we're going to leave that. Anything else? Councillor Rahman. Oh, did you have others? Okay, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Now that we've added Tourism London, this makes less sense to me. To me, this was about resident, business, and visitor satisfaction with our services, not tourism services. And now all of a sudden, it seems like now this is a tourism metric instead of a services in the City of London metric. I don't know if I'm tired or something, I don't know. But I just feel like it doesn't make as much sense anymore.
Go ahead.
Your worship, I think it does address the visitor satisfaction component, and so I think that's why it's there. And tourism is an agency, board, and commission of the city. There are other metrics for other ABCs, so that's why we've included it. And we're happy to take it out, though, if you would like it to come out.
So if that's what it's measuring, I think the wording is awkward. It should say level of visitor satisfaction, visitor event experience satisfaction as measured by, as reported by Tourism London or something like that. If that's what we're measuring is the visitor satisfaction, there's other pieces in the metric that we may not be measuring with this piece. But like, I think clarity on exactly what we're measuring probably makes sense. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I'm going to make this really easy then. Tourism reports out on these things anyway through their own reports, so I'm going to move that we delete this.
Is there any objections to deleting this metric? No, there's none. Okay. Perfect. That's a good way to settle this. 5 minutes ago, that would have been a perfect, an even better suggestion. But it's a great suggestion now too. Okay, so Councilor Rahman, you asked that question. I had Deputy Mayor Lewis who had another change too.
Yes, so under mobility and transportation, 1.5 is better connected active transportation network serving persons of all ages and abilities. Metric B is number of meters of new sidewalks built. I'm wondering if, and I will look to staff for some guidance on this because I didn't ask them about this in advance. Rather than just number of meters of new sidewalks built, number of new meters of sidewalks built, or existing sidewalks repaired. Because I think the maintenance of our sidewalks is just as important for the active transportation component as well. And as we continue to build out neighborhoods with sidewalks as part of the planning process anyway, we will get to the point long after we're all gone, but we will get to some point where there are sidewalks hopefully in every neighborhood, and then we would only be measuring repaired. So I think that we have that and repaired in there, or repaired.
Yes, that actually aligns with C, which is bike lanes built or upgraded. So now it says meters of sidewalks built or repaired. So does anybody object to the language? Just, okay, so that's a good point and good change. Other changes that colleagues might have to any metrics anywhere in the document? Okay, that sounds good. We're done with metrics. I'll go back to our city manager to see where we are now that we've got through the metrics. Sorry, you were very deep in thought, but we're done the metrics while you were deep in thought. We finished the metrics.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm
Good news.
multitasking on issues. I apologize.
Okay, so breaking news, good news, we're done the metrics.
I guess I was in shock that you're done the metrics. So. And very happy.
Yeah.
So if I can get the slide deck back up, where we are going next is to say, is that what you're asking me for, Your Worship?
Yes, I know there's a motion that we can make
Yes.
to the report. So is that the point we're at now, is to?
Yes.
Okay, so colleagues, can you? So now that we've gone through the strategic plan, it would be appropriate for us to entertain the following motion, that on the recommendation of the city manager, the following actions be taken with respect to the developing of the 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. A, that the report basically be received, that municipal council be requested, so we've done that. Oh, wait. Oh, we were providing direction. Oh, so that's just in the staff report. So it looks like our motion is now to receive the report and pass this on to civic administration for a final version of the draft to be returned to us on the April 17th SPPC meeting. And at that point, ideally, we're just making small tweaks based on our feedback. So this is the point at which, before we make that motion, if there's anything else you'd really like to change, now's the time, because at that meeting, we really should be dealing with kind of the very small, very tweaky changes based on, anything we may have missed today. Are these questions or motions? question, go ahead.
Moving this up to another round of,
Could you make your microphone?
could we put this on the Get Involved site just so people see where we are? With a note saying this is coming back to council, but this is, I think the progress to date piece is very important.
Okay. So the most recent draft iteration as soon as, oh, we need the microphone. Go ahead.
Yes, we can post it very clearly stating this is where council's at and looking to finalize at the next meeting, but not seeking feedback. So we can share that where we are in the progress. Absolutely.
Yes, and I'll just note, it will say that, but I don't want any criticism of our staff if they do take the opportunity to just tweak and just make some of the language a little more efficient, because we added some today, so that if the draft that lands on the agenda has a couple of small wording changes, like I don't want anybody to be surprised, but I think what we can do is land kind of the work that we've approved today on the Get Involved site. But I still don't want that to mean you can't bring back just a couple of, not substantively change anything, but a couple of language improvements for us to consider in that final draft. That would be, I think, our reasonable expectation. Okay. So I'll note that on the 17th, both myself and the city manager will be away, but we'll be participating remotely. So it would be really ideal if we got everything out here, and then Deputy Mayor Lewis will have to, shepherd you through the final approval of the strategic plan on that day. Are you looking to move, or you have a question? Okay, let me put the motion on the floor and then you can make a comment. So who is willing to move and second the motion as I generally directed it? Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Discussion. Councillor Pribble.
I just have a question. As we have the 8 pillars, 8 areas of focus, and I think we all agree that all 8 of them are tremendously important. So instead of kind of saying which one is less, which one is more important, if we put them in alphabetical order from now on, instead of whatever order we always had. So that's my suggestion, to put all these 8 pillars in alphabetical order.
Your worship, we're happy to order it in any way you wish.
Yeah.
I would just note that we did put well-run city at the end because it tends to be more internally focused and the others are very external and community focused, but that was the only rationale in our ordering. So however council would wish.
So I just want people to know what that means. Well-run city alphabetically still lands at the end. Climate action and sustainable growth, economic growth, culture, prosperity, housing and homelessness, mobility and transportation, reconciliation, equity, accessibility and inclusion, safe London for women, girls, gender diverse and trans people, well-being and safety, and well-run city would be the alphabetical order. So we could do that. Again, we could change it on the 17th, but I guess, is there any objections to just ordering them alphabetically? Councillor Ferrer, is that an objection? Okay. So we might need yes, the city manager?
Your worship, it's not a simple thing to change it on the 17th. So I'd ask respectfully that you land on your order this evening. We are also in the process of moving to design. And so if this is the order, then please tell us that, and that's what we'll work with.
Okay, I think that I probably should not have done that motion before we dealt with this issue. So if the 2 movers and seconders would kindly just withdraw their motion for now, kind of hold it there. I think we should resolve this. That being said, we've had about 2 hours in a row. I know one councillor who's requested us to take a break at least. So as people want to think about the way they want to handle the order, perhaps a break is necessary so you can be focused for that debate. So I'd look for a motion just to take a 15-minute break at this point. Moved by Councillor Trosas, seconded by Councillor Lewis. All those in favor for a 15-minute break?
Motion carries.
All right, I know that wasn't quite 15 minutes, but I think we have everybody back. I'll just have the colleagues online, if you just kind of indicate that you're back at your seats, just so the clerk can confirm that you're there, whether turn your camera on.
Oh, he's there.
Okay.
Van Meerbergen, I don't know.
Councillor Van Meerbergen, are you back? Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay, so we've withdrawn the motion just to finalize our work because there's been a suggestion about potentially reordering the different pillars as they're in the final version of the draft. It was suggested by Councillor Pribble that it be alphabetically ordered. Councillor Ferreira has another opinion. Maybe I'll go to, I haven't actually asked for the motion to do that yet, but I want to get some feedback first before we move to a motion.
Thank you, and through you. After just kind of thinking about it, I do feel that there's probably a good portion of council right now that is okay with reordering it, making it more alphabetical, and I do think that maybe there's a discussion we can have on that. So I'm still a little bit on the fence. However, I do see the benefit of possibly keeping it the way it is, but then I do see the other side, so maybe we'd be up for a discussion. I know we want to go home, maybe we can keep it quick, but that's where I am right now.
Yes, so I'm going to add myself to the speakers list, and I'll just speak from the chair if colleagues are okay. The last strategic plan wasn't alphabetical. It landed in the order where staff put some of the public service-based stuff last. We've had this out there in the current order as is for public feedback. I confirmed at the break that no one gave us feedback through that process to say that the order mattered. And I think that this is probably needlessly micromanaging the process. And I would say we just leave it as is rather than worry about ordering it, because right now there's no priority order. It's been the way that it's put out there. If we start changing the order, I think people are going to read into that in a way that might not be helpful. I would suggest we just leave it as is. I'm open to colleagues wanting to have a vote otherwise, but I just don't see this as something that anybody's given us feedback on as important to our strategic plan. I'll look for speakers. Councillor Pribble.
I just want to add, during our first meeting, this came up, and we said we are going to deal with it later on down the road. So we'll keep it. That's kind of point one. Point two, I really thought that as we are representing all Londoners, if we are ever asked the question, there are no numbers 1 to 8, and if someone is going to ask us, why is this one on the top and why this one isn't, the easiest way is to say, it's not. We prioritize all 8 of them. They are all 8 of them close to our hearts. They are simply in alphabetical order. I actually thought that was the simplest answer. No numbers, alphabetical order, all 8 of them very close to our hearts, and we want to deliver on all of them.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I'll be very brief. I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I have had people in my strategic plan engagements suggest that the order that they were presented in was somehow an order of prioritization. So I understand that there are people who see that the order they're presented in represents some sort of a priority, whether intentional or not. So I just share that. But really, it's to me, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. But I did want to share, people have interpreted it that way.
Any other speakers? I can entertain Councillor Pribble's motion. I just wanted to get some thoughts on the floor first. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I personally think that it's important to have reconciliation, equity, accessibility, and inclusion at the first part of our plan. I think it speaks to the work we're doing throughout the plan. And so I do see the value of having it right at the front of the plan. And I would say that that is feedback that I've also heard. I can understand the rationale behind it. I do think people may take or think, put other meaning to it if we move it around. So I just caution folks if we do that. Thanks.
So just to be clear, how I'll handle this is I want our staff to tell just to outline the order it is now and has been as we've done the public consultation. If I entertain a motion, it will be to change it to something else. If the motion fails, it's going to stay as it is now. If other people want to make other changes to it, they can move a motion. But I just want to deal with this as expeditiously as possible. So the way it will be now is, if we don't make any changes, is I'll have our staff outline that so we know.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the current order is reconciliation, equity, accessibility, and inclusion, housing and homelessness, well-being and safety, safe London for women, girls, gender diverse, and trans people, economic growth, culture, and prosperity, mobility and transportation, climate action and sustainable growth, and well-run city.
Okay, so that's how it's going to be if we don't make any changes. That's how it would land. Councillor Pribble, you have a suggestion for a change. I'll just have you do that as a motion.
I would like to make a motion to place the areas of focus in alphabetical order.
Is there a seconder for that? I don't see a seconder for placing it in alphabetical order. Okay, so there's no seconder, so there's no motion. Anybody else want changes, or are they satisfied in the order that it's in? Seems to me like we're satisfied with the order that it's been in and put out for public consultation so far, so we won't make any changes to the order unless there's any further motions. Okay. Councillor Trossau.
So the next point I want to make, and I'm going to sort of duck because I don't want people throwing stuff at me. I think it would be great, now that we've been through this, we're substantially through this process. Let's go back, and I don't have any agenda here. I'm not suggesting any changes. Actually, I think I have one change, but I would really like to go back over the next week, over the next period of time, and really look at the draft vision statement, draft mission statement, and draft values statement, now that we've got the benefit of being through this wonderful process that we went through. And I'm not saying we have to make any changes, but I know that you want to go into production, but there's not that much text here that's gonna change.
So what I would like to do is, I appreciate that, and I do know that we did say, after we've gone through this, there is an opportunity to come back and look at them. What I prefer to do, rather than your take a week suggestion, is I'd prefer just to put them up on the screen now, in case there's any suggestions at this moment. Ideally, we solidify as much as we can tonight. I know you can make a change at the April 17th meeting, but I would prefer to be as solid as possible tonight. So if you switch to your screen, mission, vision, and values are up there. It also indicates kind of the changes we've made along the way. As you recall, we had several statements out, we narrowed it down, and then we actually made a couple of changes to the language as we went through the process. So it's up on the screen. People can see it. We've gone through the process. I would look for anything you'd like to change now. I'm not going to preclude changes on the 17th, but I would prefer, as much as possible, that we nail this down now if you have burning changes that are already top of mind. Councillor Trossau.
I'm not sure I like using the word vibrant in both the vision and the mission statement. It's overused. I think it's one of those words that's just overused. Potentially that's a word that's overused. I just want to think about that. The draft mission statement should begin with "our mission is." I don't have any suggestion there. My only question under the draft values is, you've got, this is going to sound really picky, but you've got different word forms, and I think it should be consistent.
Can you make
and I'm not going to go through and label each one of these an adjective or an adverb or a verb or a noun, but I think it should be consistent. And I don't think we're changing the substance at all. Learning. Again, a financial stewardship. I don't want to eliminate any of these categories because you gave these your good thought. But I'm just thinking about the form of the English language here. That at least if we're using bullets, and I was not one of the bullet people, but if we're using bullets, let's at least use similar types of words. That's all.
Mr. Steinberg is making some language changes so people could see what it looked like if we align them as you suggested. So it now says inclusivity and respect, accountability and trust, compassion, teamwork and collaboration, commitment and drive, learning, financial stewardship. I know. So it doesn't have to be that way. Like we can, and then they can all be flipped the other way. Obviously, there's one way to do it and there's another way to do it. But I want comments on this. I'd prefer to settle this tonight.
On the vibrant issue, I see that we're committed to, and then it's providing. And again, I want to see, I would prefer to see a consistent usage.
So you want London as a sustainable city with within a thriving region, committed to a vibrant culture, innovation, and provide? Like
I'm
that
not going to dare to try to.
Okay, all right, so
rewrite it.
I'm going to leave that
I'm just
then.
saying, I'm seeing inconsistencies in the form of, and I forget what the right word is, it's, but I used to in a former career, like grade papers and do academic stuff, and it's starting to fade, but I'd like to at least, this is simple, this is plain language, but let's at least do that.
Okay, so I'm going to leave the draft vision and mission for now because I don't know how to fix that at this moment. I want to know how colleagues feel about the way that the draft values have been adjusted from what they were. And they've changed to, it said inclusive and respectful, and it's now inclusivity and respect to align with some of the comments that you made. So you can see the changes there.
Financial stewardship? This is better.
Okay.
This is better.
Does anybody object to the better version? No? Okay. All right, so let's have the better version stand for now, and we've tweaked it a little bit. Again, we're just trying to minimize our work on the 17th. Looks like we've made some slight improvements everybody agrees with. I'm not going to worry about changing the word vibrant on the day of. That's a one-word change. If people have a great thesaurus they can work through, they can figure that out. But for now, we're going to go with this. Does anybody have any other changes? Okay. All right. Now, we can entertain that previous motion that I had up, and I believe it was Councillor McAllister and Councillor Cuddy who moved and seconded it. And this is basically essentially receive the staff report and then the attached revised, basically everything, strategic areas of focus, outcomes, expected results, strategies, and metrics, be referred to the April 14th, 2023 meeting of the SPPC committee, it being noted that we're, so April 17th, sorry. It's the April 17th, 2023 meeting of SPPC, and then just in it being noted about the communications that we received today. So that's the motion. You'll see it on the screen. Any debate or discussion on the motion? Moved and seconded. Okay, I'm going to open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 14-0.
Okay, that concludes our work on the strategic plan today. I will finish by saying once again, thank you to our staff for walking us through the process. Oh, we get, what's that? We are allowed to clap, yes, okay. Permission granted. Thank you, like really, I know we've spent a lot of time with this, we've really come through. I think we have something that has wide support of the members of council who feel like their voices were included. You may not get everything you want, but we're very close to the final version. You've got our final direction. We'll see it on the 17th and hopefully be moving on to the next phase, which after this is approved, we get to do a multi-year budget, so the fund doesn't stop. We get to move on to the next thing. Next, we have 4.2, which is consideration of an appointment to the London Police Services Board. We have a lot of names and a lot of applications that I'm sure colleagues have taken the time to read through and consider. We have a policy on how we make these appointments. It involves the use of the digital selection tool to narrow down preferences. In this case, we can go all the way down to one. We, believe it or not, have loaded every name in the system. If you'd like to have every name in on the first vote, we don't have to do it that way. We can have people nominated and just put those names in, but I will say every name is in the system. So essentially how it would work is we would have one round of voting if no individual achieved a majority of the members present, which in this case there are 14 members present? Okay. So you need 8. Then what would happen is everybody who got no votes would drop off of that first ballot, correct? And then we would have another vote, and then the bottom ones would drop off if no one achieved a majority, and we would continue on until there was one person, either someone achieved the majority, or at their end, they would be the majority. So I guess there's a possibility of a tie vote at the end of all this, but I don't want to talk about that at this moment. So we'll just work our way through the process. So that is the process that we have defined in our policy. That's the process I intend to work through unless any colleagues have anything they want to do notwithstanding our policy. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is they're all loaded in the system. So you'll be able to vote for one because there's only one appointment. Before we vote, if you want to make comments, you can. This is the time before we vote that you would do so. I want to remind you that at the end of the selection process, it is just a preferential selection process. We still have to pass a motion for appointment. So all of the voting will do is to narrow down our preferences to ideally one individual. After that, I would entertain a motion to appoint that individual who was the top preferred candidate in the selection process. I just want to always reiterate that the selection process is not a binding vote. The motion that we make at the end of it is. So if colleagues have any discussion that they want to make on any of the candidates or the process or anything, now would be the time. Otherwise, we can open a first round of voting for consideration. So is there any comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to say that I was extremely impressed by the level of applications, not just quantity that we received, but the variety of applicants that we've received. It showed to me a lot of willingness and engagement from the community. Really, a lot of folks had really great experience, and it was very difficult to narrow down preferences as I was looking at so many very qualified people. It speaks to the need to continue to engage folks and invite them to be part of our committees and our advisory boards, and to create more opportunities within volunteer opportunities and other roles to get people involved early and to get them involved often. So I was really pleased to see the list of candidates before us. Thank you.
Councillor Trossau.
And before we move on to selecting the next member of this committee, I think we really need once again to thank Susan Toth for her service, because I think one of the reasons why we have so many applicants here is she set a standard. She set a standard in service, and I think whether or not, I just think we need to thank her again and recognize that she was just a giant here, and a lot of this is her doing. And I don't need a motion, I just wanted to say that.
Sure. I will let you know also the board thanked her for her service as well, as a board too. The police board did. Yes. Yeah, so thank you for your comments. Other comments? Okay, I'm going to open the first round of voting, and then I'll have the clerks talk about the results.
So you'll be seeing a runoff vote for 3 candidates, Ryan Goss, Zeba Hashmi, and Joseph Wabajig.
Sorry, question?
Ryan Goss with 7 votes, Zeba Hashmi with 1, and Joseph Wabajig with 6. Closing the vote, and we have a winner with Ryan Goss with 57.14% of the vote. That was 8 votes. 8 to 6. For Joseph, the 6 went to Joseph Wabajig.
Okay, so I would now entertain a motion to appoint Ryan Goss to the London Police Services Board. Moved by Councillor Trosa, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion passes 14 to 0.
Okay, next is item 4.3, which is a request for a shareholders meeting for the London and Middlesex, community housing. I believe we have a motion loaded in the system to grant that shareholder meeting. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Lewis, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion on setting the date for the shareholder meeting? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Cuddy? Councillor Hillier?
I vote yes, it's not coming up for some reason.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 14 to 0.
Okay, that ends that section of the agenda. We've already dealt with the deferred matters as we moved it up. I don't believe colleagues have any additional business. Okay, I don't see any. We have a confidential session matter. It's a personnel-related matter for an identifiable individual. So I'll look for a motion to move into closed session. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Trosow. I will open the vote for closed session in the system now.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 14 to 0.
Okay, we'll just take a few minutes to move into closed session. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the stream was back on. I'll go to the deputy mayor to report on our in-camera session.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regard to item 6.1 on the public agenda, personal matters, identifiable individual, I am pleased to report that progress was made.
Okay, that ends all items on the agenda. The only thing left is adjournment. I'd look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. All those in favor of adjournment?
Motion carries.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.